recap, perhaps?
Anyone want? You know what? I'll give it a go. Just based on the
I can do it.
tokens. You can do it. All right, you can do it.
I think so, yeah.
I was going to attempt it just on the tokens alone and try and remember from that.
I mean, you can do that basically because it's a dungeon crawl. But yeah, we started going down to find this place. We knew the two-headed king was here. We had done the bronze face looking, and so I felt like we were kind of done with this level. I mean, we can still break the weird mirror. There was the whole so we were like, what do we need to complete? You guys were like, well, let's go to that nice find my face wall, and so or corridor, and so we did. And it was bad. There was shadows in the mirrors. A spell broke accidentally the right one. We found the bronze face. We went in and looked on the thing that told us to look at it with a bronze face. And then, boom, we were standing in Hallister's space observatory. And he was sort of bemused a little bit. Like, oh, hello. And let us ask him some question. Which we did. They were, I think they were related to y'all's life home plots. It was about what things were the most valuable down here.
How is that my home plot?
Well, you want
I mean,
stuff
you're plunging the depths.
you want to take it.
That is true. Never mind. I take that back.
But then after that we went down to Horned King. We fought a bunch of bugbears, goblins, because they ambushed us. We went up north, found more two-headed things, killed a couple of Ettins. We were just looking for this way down, really. Went further down. There was a chest. It bed someone until we killed it, and then we found room for Sturges and decided that no, that is not where we're going. And so we circled around and we're like, well, I guess this is the way down. There's a long stairway, though we thought maybe it would be a portal. It looks to just be a stair, at least for now. And so we were going to go down the stair.
Yes.
I'm fairly sure.
I think we went back to rest, to get a long rest before we plunged the depths.
I believe you did, yes.
Yeah, because we had this discussion. We had a whole discussion. I was like, let's just carry on. I can feed us. We'll be all right. And Valky was adamant about going back, so I crumbled.
Sure.
That was basically it. So I think we went for a long rest to basically just come back here to go down after a long rest.
Once we go down the stairs, we might never return. The
think that
safety
was
of
the
the
idea.
inn wrested away from us.
Yeah.
And all we have to rely on now.
The next time for full rest is 16 levels down in Skullport.
Yeah.
Durnan forgot to tell you. He's closing the hole for maintenance for a couple of weeks once you go down. So
big lid on there.
Yeah,
Yep.
put a big lid on it. Yep, there we go.
There we go. Problem solved.
Upstairs in Waterdeep, the situation is pretty dire. Social distancing.
Oh yeah.
All's closed.
Tavern's closed.
The tavern's closed. We're not allowed in.
Yeah.
See, if that was happening in a role playing game, you'd go fight whatever thing made the plague, and then you.
Yeah, for sure. It'd be some lich or
it.
something that's done it, right?
Oh no, it's a bad demon. You.
Demon dude. Have to go into hell to go and fight it. I don't know. It's actually a real shame that Valky isn't here, because this conversation would be so much better with Beldas involved. He's a smart boy.
What conversation?
So, there's something that I picked up on after our conversation with Hallister, and I decided to that Eleran will bring up to the party, perhaps just before we go down again from the tavern. So I guess as we're like preparing, Eleran will look to the party. I suppose Beldas is there but quiet. I don't know. or will catch up to us. I don't know,
Beldas once above would be like, he needs to do some dwarven business about town. Because some stuff that he learned down there is perturbing, and he needs to check it out.
Okay.
He would, like, excuse himself and hurry away, promising to return as soon as.
Okay. So Eleran will look to his other two compatriots, and will say, there is something that has been troubling me since our discussion with Hallister, and I'm not sure what to think of it. Random sirens outside. He mentioned a place in the Undermountain called Vanrak's Doom. What worries me the most about this is my ancestor is Vanrak Moonstar. And the most perturbing is that it's Vanrak's Doom. I don't really know much about my ancestor, but something worries me in the fact that there is something so closely tied, at least to his first name. It may be a different Vanrak, but it's an unusual name.
I know no other Vanraks. I don't even know this one. I don't think it's a common name.
And it is true that a lot of places are named after events, so a place called Vanrak Doom perhaps used to be called the place of Vanrak's Doom, and eventually turned into a single noun because it was more convenient to speak out loud. How long ago did this ancestor live? How many years are we talking? With elves, that could be.
Thousands.
It is a long time ago. Let me see the current year, and I will give you a rough estimate.
Okay, alright.
It's like 1470 something.
Yeah, 1470 something sounds somewhat
The current
accurate.
year is 1493.
1493.
Yeah, so roughly roughly when he disappeared, around sometime between 1100 and 1200, so a couple of hundred years ago.
Okay.
Let's see, in today equivalents, that's the 1600 discovery of America. Sort of
Yeah, so it's
equivalency.
the equivalency of
It's like,
when
this
America
is the
was
landing of
discovered.
Christopher Columbus, my ancestor. I'm a little worried about it.
It's more along the time of the French Revolution, perhaps.
Fair.
Okay, yeah, alright.
So you're saying guillotines were involved?
I'm not saying anything.
I mean, it's called Vanrak's Doom. It's a guillotine level.
Yeah.
Welcome to the guillotine level. Oh no!
But he'll say he'll say a few hundred years. Though my grandfather, he always refused to talk about him.
So there's two ways to investigate an event. One is to go to a library and read a bunch of books, but often, in the most interesting cases, those books don't exist yet. So the only other opportunity to investigate this is to go to the place where it happened. And luckily, we're being led right there by its name.
So, what do you know about this Vanrak? Was he a badass soldier?
What do I know about?
What do you know about your ancestor? That's a good question. That seems like a history check to me.
That seemed like a history check to me. What do I have in history? Oh, I've got a +3 actually. Not so bad. Oh, damn!
I actually paid attention.
I paid attention to my history lessons. That's when anything at all was ever mentioned about Vanrak.
Would that be a name that is, in quotation marks, common enough that Snapping Branch could roll a check as well?
it's fairly specialized. I would say that Eleran can roll it because it is in his family.
Okay.
You could
Check
roll
with
it.
disadvantage.
I mean, if you sure, check with disadvantage. Let's see what you get.
No, 14.
Okay. No, Snapping Branch hasn't really like. She's like Van Moonstar. Maybe she's heard something about it. Maybe someone at her like fancy explorers club has mentioned him as like an example of a great explorer, and Eleran would know that yes, Lord Vanrek Moonstar, one of the like uh, lords in line for the throne of his family. But he basically rejected the throne and chose a life to wander and exploration instead. He based much of his efforts around Waterdeep, and like his one of his greatest accomplishments or claim to accomplishments at least was to I'm not sure. He thinks it was something to do with actually breaking into the High House of Stars, which is the realm of Selune, the moon goddess. He apparently made like almost like a heist, Eleran thinks, and absconded with some sort of like great treasure from the moon goddess's like personal palace in Imperia. Exactly what became of him after that is not really sure. Let's see, what did you get? 21. Yeah, he, as far as you remember from like your grandfather or similar people that told you the stories, was that this was like a fantastical feat. Like breaking into a god's domain is certainly no easy task. But he was aided by his trusty and like long time, almost lifetime companion, a bronze dragon called Gleister. So the two of them like formed like a tag team and managed to do the equivalent of like a jewel heist. The ultimate, it belongs in a museum, perhaps. But what happened to Vanrek Moonstar and Gleister after that, Elrond does not know.
Well,
They seem to have faded, or at least just disappeared. He's not exactly sure. Maybe they went here. Maybe they went somewhere else. Maybe after breaking into Imperia and the Palace of Stars, he thought to take on Undermountain. Who can say?
well, he'll express his history lesson, and say explain what he knows, but say that's the extent. He just does not. No one knows what happened to him afterwards.
Perhaps he got eaten by a dragon.
I mean,
Well,
Maybe that is the doom. Maybe it's a beast.
He did get a place named after him. That's pretty fancy.
it certainly piqued my desire to go down here more. If it wasn't enough, it would going to see what was the doom of my ancestor. That seems something pertinent and perhaps even linked to why I'm here.
Yorgos nods, though he doesn't really remember why Eleran is here.
I mean, of course, it's to save his people from a mysterious, monstrous attack that keeps coming, and somehow it's linked to the Undermountain. And this is the first of any leads. But yeah, he'll wrap it up by saying, I wanted to bring it up. I didn't want to get down there and eventually find our way there and then bring it up. I think it is pertinent to be open with you all.
We'll find whatever it is, and then we'll slay it and mound its head on Snapping Branch's wall. Makes everyone happy. No, Eleran.
He'll smile. Say, that sounds certainly like a plan. Now, let's go delve deeper into this Undermountain.
We'll head down the stairs, I assume.
Head all the way down.
Are these the stairs that the kind of stairs that turn into a slide once you've taken 2 steps?
Yeah.
Not that you know.
Perception checks.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever. There's.
The stairs.
Jumps over 7.
The stairs seem to be of fine dwarven craftsmanship in the same way that, like, parts of this place is more or less like ripped from a dwarven hold, it seems. Here you can copy your tokens, and I shall reveal the map.
A new map is revealed.
Here we go.
Ooh, that's an ominous name of a map.
Well, it makes me wonder if the first level was actually called dungeon level. And it's like,
That's
it
its
probably is a
official
level
name.
that's like a dungeon. Because it certainly was like a
It
dungeon.
was
wasn't
actually a dungeon. So what does
Yeah.
arcane chambers mean? Are there
Well, probably chambers full of magic.
or are they
But
chambers
maybe they're
of
not like a
magic?
dungeon. You know?
They must not be like a dungeon.
Because a dungeon is sort of, in a general sense, this whole thing is a dungeon, but dungeon's also like a prisons of.
It could be. Oh, yeah. Prisons, etins. There was an imprisoned air
Oh.
elemental, right?
Clever madman.
Oh wow,
Yes.
this is a big old file.
It's probably the
Yes,
actual
well-
map.
While you load in, I will visit the bathroom.
Okay.
And I'm here.
I've got 50% on the large.
Look at this
download.
architecture.
Oh, so many spoilers. Architecture.
Can't look at anything yet.
I'm still loading.
Well, that's. Hmm. The tiles on the floor are 5 feet, but they don't line up with the tiles on the.
Oh, that's like impossible to do though. It's so difficult. to get
No.
those.
I think the grid is placed as it's supposed to be placed, but
Oh, okay.
maybe the tiles on the ground.
Oh,
are-
I see what you mean. The tiles on the ground are stupid. I getcha.
They could be.
Oh, it is beautiful architecture. Oh, there's so many stairs. Look at all these stairs.
We just came down a bunch of stairs. Now there are more.
How many stairs did we descend?
So many.
So many stairs have been descended, did it? Okay, so I need to remember, now that we've delved into level 2, to save one level spell slot. Level 1 spell slot. One level 1 spell slot. Because I
Why?
have Goodberry.
All right.
And we'll never need
Goodberries.
to eat other than
Goodberries.
the Goodberries.
Then we can save the 1 gold piece for each of us having to go up.
Yes, and we should do that for sure.
Here we are. Mhm.
Which reminds me, I should get my my 10 hit points.
Also,
Yes, you should.
I mean, I'll pay for
And,
them.
spend your money for the previous night's long rest.
Yeah. Yes. I'm comfortable.
Yes, it is comfortable. And I shall
1
add another
HD
thing.
divided by 2. Nothing.
how much was it? How much was the hit points?
There's a scroll
Three.
like in the thing. So you in
Oh,
your-
on the thing, on the
Click on it.
yawning portal.
I'm
I
living.
see.
2 gold pieces per night. Half an HD for temporary hit points. A little tough. A little.
My upkeep is ruining me.
You got a decent chunk of gold from last time, but I think Beldas is sitting on all.
I
Yeah,
have
I
to go.
I must leave.
I will catch up.
There's
Bye.
He's in a
Don't wait for
brothel
me.
as we speak, isn't he?
No. Go ahead without me. Yes. Would.
I will catch up to you. New companions.
And then when like he thinks you're not looking, he gets like that face.
Dragon
Oh,
sickness.
I paid
The
for
dragon
wealthy. So I get my hit die. Rangers have a
wealthy,
good hit die.
wealthy. The
Oh,
tavern
they
does
don't
not
have wealthy.
does not have wealthy. It's just for snapping branch because
just
she's like
She's
she's is,
different.
she is different.
There's servants to pay and dinners to throw and gifts to send. And, all the normal expenses. It's just this is
You
how
get
life
home.
is.
How could you not have like a hamster milk and
Hamster
old
milk.
flake massage?
I do like that snapping branch though, like the idea of snapping branch. Every time she gets up and goes home, there's like this absolute feast waiting for her every evening.
So they kind of whew.
I love
Oh,
how the literal prince is living on the same level as like normal people, and then this snapping branch.
well, snapping branch actually has a household here.
It's true. She has an actual home.
The prince does not.
I've got to walk so far to get home. It's just not a it's
But
not a
you know what?
conducive.
The tavern is
commute.
nice. There's like a nice bed. It's like a not super expensive hotel.
You know, yeah. It's like
Comfortable,
those.
all I as a
cheap
person
ones.
ever need, right?
That's true. That's true.
It's nice. You feel good. It's comfortable.
It is a place built for adventurers and weird creatures. there's something for everyone. You know.
They have horn polish. I mean,
They do, yeah.
Although I have just come to the conclusion though. You might have a small problem in the sense that Yorgos, I don't believe, has dark vision,
got a
and
drift globe, man.
oh, you got a drift climb, yeah. That was
I hawk that thing because I love it.
How far is how much light away is that?
Remember, I believe it's like 20 feet.
20 feet. All right. I just because I need to know for like my sneaky.
Yeah,
sneaky
I have
surface.
it here. I'm just gonna look at my drift globe.
Drift globe.
Drift globe.
If you're in 60 feet of it, speak command word emanate light or
It's
daylight.
like light, so not like normal. Yeah.
Mhm.
What's normal?
20-foot radius.
20 foot. All right.
Well, okay, it's 40 because it's 20 light, bright light, and then 20
Oh,
dim light.
all right. Gotta go way far then. Jesus.
And then once per day I can make daylight, which I
Yep.
used to tickle those shadows.
Yeah, that was amazing.
And if you want to know how a drift globe looks, that's the picture.
Oh, is there a picture?
Oh yes.
Ooh.
See,
That
if
looks
I ever lose
fancy.
an eye, man, that's going in the eye socket.
Slam
That's
it
real
in.
pretty. Let me see if I can throw that up on stream.
I like it.
It's real pretty.
You have like an eye patch over it so you don't like emanate daylight like in the face of everyone all the time.
Well, I mean, I don't say the keyword, right?
That's right.
Let me throw
Eye
it up on
beam,
stream.
and then boom.
Eye beam activate.
That's a globe light. That's pretty. Pretty as heck. Heckin' pretty.
Yes.
A drift globe.
Oh,
I like my
right.
Yeah, alright.
Unless you didn't put lights.
make your way down the winding stairs. They do go down for quite a bit before finally starting to even out, and Eleran can see that the stairs end, and there seems to be a corridor, as it were, in front of you guys.
I can actually see in darkness the bottom of those stairs. That's
Mm-hmm.
amazing.
Yes, it is.
It is
Quite.
dusk. Shall we? Shall we plumb the depths?
We should.
Alright.
I mean, Yorgos is standing, he's waiting. He says,
I mean,
so do you think he'll just call, or so is this thing? I don't know where. I guess we stop walking when we see him.
Yeah, pretty much, I think.
because
Oh.
because Yorgos, it's just dark. It's like
There's
it's
just
not even
darkness.
it's not because Eleran is any special. It's just dark. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Snapping branch can only see the difference.
Run down these stairs, there.
Well,
Alright.
here's the thing that our princely elf might soon learn is that if there's any traps, of which there are many, they don't really care about whether or not you're visible.
It's true. That's why
Have to be on your feet.
I'm hoping my passive perception can carry me.
As Eleran gets here, he notices something.
Oh,
There seems to be a sign stuck to the wall here.
okay. What does the sign say?
The sign is made out of like detritus wood cobbled together, and there is written in very bad common.
Okay.
It's written, well, he thinks it says market, auction house, and then there's like an arrow pointing inwards here.
Is it like when
It says gold, treasure, purchase. Yes.
is it like one of those signs in like airports that has like English that's poorly written, but it has like underneath it an actual like well written in the native language?
No, nothing is well written about this sign.
All right. Eleran will come back,
Yeah, that's pretty much what it says.
and then he'll say, he'll say to the group, to the two of them, and say, there seems to be a market, judging by the writing in the plank of driftwood. I would hazard a guess that it could be goblins, perhaps.
Oh yes, it's going to be. We were told about this. These corridors, they are Hallis's old lab,
Of course.
and supposedly the local goblins here
yeah.
oppose Senator, so they might be actually rather potentially talkable too.
He looks at a snapping branch. It's like with a bit of a bright-eyed expression. Oh yes, I remember that too. I was going to suggest we just kill them all and take whatever they have. But maybe we should actually talk to them.
I think we should explore and enjoy the local customs.
I agree with Snapping Branch.
I mean, if they're not nasty, then sure.
It is also a excellent opportunity for me to practice my goblin. It's been some time.
Speaks,
He speaks many languages.
you always figure elves live so long that maybe their children, they're like, I want to spend a couple of years learning goblin, and then they do.
You know, when he curses in a horrific language.
Okay.
Some might know as abyssal. He just knows it.
Yorgos knows it as ugly elven.
There you go.
All right, let's have a look at this market.
I mean, they probably don't get too many visitors.
I imagine not. Maybe they're all goblin visitors. I don't know. Oh, that looks.
You look into a room that seems to be some sort of garbage dump.
Huh.
It's just a lot of trash piled on the floor, like half-eaten moldy breadcrumbs, like a tarp that's full of holes, a smashed wagon, like a lot of just crap bunched in.
Uh-huh.
You can see that there seems to be some carvings on the walls that seem to be dwarven in nature. And they seem to be defaced somehow. Hard to see from here. You can also hear what seems to be banging noises coming from up north.
Do you think this is the market? Do goblins sell moldy bread?
Probably. Goblins are strange creatures, after all.
Is there's no okay, well
Are there more signs? Like
Well, you look around, you do see a arrow painted in red, pointing upwards.
okay.
You also notice that the bas reliefs on the walls seemingly depicting dwarves carrying supplies. but the dwarven faces have been chipped away and replaced, but with like cartoonish goblin heads drawn in charcoal instead.
Okay.
So
Very
now it's
cool.
cartoony goblins carrying supplies.
All right.
I love goblins. And the beautiful thing is, and this is what I'm most excited about, is I get to hear Jonas's goblin voice. So
We'll see. They could still just be mind tentacle things inside
it's
goblins.
true.
Though they probably would have been a sign then.
More arrows anywhere?
The banging noises are still coming from the north. Looking to the east, there is firelight coming from torches, and you can see from the east a big room, chamber.
Oh.
In fact, and there seems to be.
Very casually walking around. I feel like we're not doing this sensibly, but oh well. Oh,
There seems to be a goblin standing, what you think is some sort of guard. He has a very patched up and like disused chainmail, and like a stick that might supposed to be a guard spear. Like he stands at some sort of attention. Maybe he's the door guard. You don't know. Beyond
right.
it, you can see the some sort of market stall, perhaps.
Do the banging noises sound like smithing?
It sounds like
Is it
someone
like
trying to
metallic?
hammer wood, like hammer nails into wood, perhaps.
Okay.
We
Maybe
should
they're
go
making.
check that out first.
Oh,
Still coming from the north.
we can do. Do you want
Yeah,
to check
just-
the banging out first? Right.
Let's take a look. Although I just worry it would be considered rude to walk into back alleys before looking at the main attraction.
Whatever Yorgos wants.
See here, we shall reveal more.
I mean, people don't bang on wood just for no reason.
I mean, they might be making something, presumably.
Well, they might be doing it for no reason, I guess, but
I mean, yeah,
Let's see.
there are goblins after all.
he doesn't feel really threatened here. He's keeping his wits about him.
Yorgos rounds the corner.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
There
well,
seems
well, well.
Shout! What seems to be happening in front of Yorgos is that there seems to be some sort of stage being constructed to the north there. It seems, fine example of goblin craftsmanship, let's say, which means that it's barely holding together, but somehow staying upright. There are 7 goblins here. 3 of them are frantically hammering at different parts of the stage, while 4 others seem to be arguing over what seems to be some sort of drawing, perhaps a blueprint. There is also a sign, like hanging from like a post here, that in bad common says auction.
Okay.
One of the goblins look around towards you. You see him, like, his eyes widen a little bit in alarm because a Minotaur with a halberd has just come around the corner. So how does Yorgos like project himself here? Is he coming like stomping in with the halberd raised?
I mean, he has it in his hand, the drift globe hovering over his shoulder, lighting his path. But no, he doesn't feel, as I said, he doesn't really feel threatened. He's sort of keeping his wits about him, like he's not like completely lacing about, but he's not. These are goblins. He doesn't feel like they're any real threat. As far as he knows, goblins are most scary when you kill them and they turn into brain-eating monsters.
You're not wrong.
As long as he doesn't do that, it's probably fine. And besides, like Snapping Branches, they said that this was, it's probably nice goblin.
Yeah.
And if there's an auction and honestly a market, then maybe he's got a little bit of gold.
I mean, yeah, I'm very curious.
Maybe snapping branch from behind, giving the goblins a little wave can diffuse the Minotaur a bit.
He looks down at them, tiny beast,
towering over them. The goblin like looks at alarm for a second, sees the rest of the party, and then sort of says something in goblin to the others.
Oh, what does he say though? Oh,
he says, customers. The other goblins whip around and stare at you, and you can see the light of avarice in their tiny beat little eyes. Customers mean gold, and they do seem to like gold.
Yeah, I mean, Eleran will
Maybe something in common.
Eleran will somewhat speak up, saying, "Yes, we are customers in Goblin. Would like to see what you have for sale."
Yes, there's no auction being built, you see. So no item that yet. If you want to purchase something from the market, he sort of points toward the east. And then he says, Yak the Tall bids you welcome to his domain.
Ah.
All paying customers are most welcome.
All right then.
We passed a large room with a guard. What was that?
It is the central market and throne room.
Oh, very courteous of you for giving us this information. And the market is to the east. Like we're pointing.
He points to the east.
Right.
Paying customers are most welcome.
What's in the south?
Yeah, you sort of look in.
Hmm.
And you see what seems to be a prison of sorts. And hanging from the ceiling are a couple of gibbets, these like steel cages you lock people into. And in one of them, there seems to be a very sad goblin sitting. Big tears like roll from his cheeks down his pointy nose. And he just looks absolutely miserable and sniffly, like snot, and like he's in a terrible sad state. He's crying softly to himself, although when he notices Yorgos coming around the corner, he starts wailing for real, like, "Where is me? Won't someone help Glum? Poor Glum." The other goblins don't seem to be, very impressed by this display of pitiable wailing.
What's down here?
Oh, that is the prison. Anyone who breaks the rules of the market or is not a paying customer gets locked into the prison. Those are Yek's orders. Yes.
What did he do?
What's through the door?
They look at the door. The door leads to the market as well, but this one is locked.
Oh,
He shrugs.
All right, that makes sense.
what did Glom do?
He stole from the market.
Oh,
Very bad stealing.
stealing is very bad.
The goblin nods. Yes, if you get caught.
Yorgos knows what that means.
Yeah.
He's allowed to steal as long as he doesn't get caught. Are there any other rules?
The goblin seems to think. Always venerate Yak the Tall. He is the greatest. Led goblins to freedom. Yes. Away from the guild, away from the city. To freedom. To build a new future. Goblin nods reverently.
Is he
All right.
is he a goblin too?
Goblin seems to cock his head to the side a little bit, and then he says, "He was, now he is tall."
Interesting. Thank you,
Well, maybe we
goblins.
should go see him.
Let's go.
Right.
Say hello. Seems the rules are to venerate him.
All right.
Does Snapping Branch want to go, or can pickpocket every couple here?
No,
Maybe these
she's,
ones
you
have
know,
anything.
I think the goblins themselves are broke.
she does want to observe the local customs here. Like, this is
Long
an
carpet?
ecosystem that is very weird.
Wow, this is like a is this all dwarven architecture?
Yes, this is all dwarven architecture.
Oh, they would weep.
They would cry.
Maybe it's good Beldas isn't here.
It is. You should not see this. Wow, look at the far south. What? All right.
Yeah. We'll have to go through, but maybe there's a tall goblin thing on the throne.
I mean, yeah. Is that?
Right. After I reveal this, let me try to describe this room for you. This seems to be, or at least have been, a grand reception area, if not a throne room. Made of granite and beautiful dwarven architecture, although chipped and worn with age. Like tells of the room's importance once upon a time. Perhaps the dwarf king himself sat upon the throne. Perhaps it was, a chamber for meetings and gatherings or like receptions for important guests. The throne itself seems to be in fairly good condition. It seems to be dusted. There is a soft pillow or like a pile of them on top of it, probably so anyone sitting on it would be comfortable and not have to sit on, granite, which is what the throne is made of. The rest of the chamber, there is a beautiful like blue stone inlay on the floor instead of a carpet that goes all the way to the southern exit, inlaid with probably what was a copper or bronze filigree, like all the way and down. Most of it is chipped away and such, but again, good quality dwarven craftsmanship here. The ceiling is tall. It is 60 foot high and vaulted. There are rows of stone pillars holding up the ceiling, as you can see further south. Yeah, it is a fairly grand, like dwarven architectural achievement. There's a lot of like dwarven symbols and runes and similar things around here. Behind the throne, you can see engravings of like mountains and mines and things to speak of dwarven riches and splendor. Now quite faded, of course. Yeah, there seems to be some hustle and bustle going on. The market proper seems to be in the south end of the hall, while you have entered more like closer to the throne. There's no one on the throne currently. And you can see like more guards posted at the exits out of this hall. All of the goblins at the door are dressed in like a similar fashion as like denoting them as some sort of like city guard goblin. Yeah. There's also some like lamps, torches, and other things illuminating most of the hall.
Huh. So I'm actually really curious of what's at the stalls.
Sure, I mean,
Yeah, you would have to go and take a look.
Yeah, let's go browse the amazing goods that goblins can possibly have.
stand out, you know.
Yeah, I mean we
Are there other goblins browsing, or is it just
No, they seem to be mostly setting up just waiting for customers. And as you approach, all the goblins start screaming at you top of their lungs to like approach and peruse their wares. And some goblins like start throwing stuff at other goblins for stealing their customers. And like there seems to be almost a riot forming as you approach until the guards like approach and start like beating some of the store owning goblins like over the head with the spears to tell them to calm down. But your arrival has caused quite the excitement, let's say. And yeah, you are being waved at. There's a goblin selling a fine collection of skulls, it seems. There is a huge pile of moldy bread for sale with a good price tag on them. There is some armor and other like weird knickknacks, as you can see. A lot of just strange random stuff, no doubt scavenged from the dungeon around.
Yeah. Okay. So is there anything we would find useful and or valuable?
That sounds like a perception check.
Sure.
Well, value does lie in the eye of the beholder.
Nat
Hopefully not
20.
literally.
I am the master of the market, the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, nat 20
call.
there for my
Nat
perception.
20, interesting.
You have found the great long sword of Hugobla.
It's a Vorpal sword, just laying there.
Yeah.
2 gold.
I'll take it.
Plus 3 Vorpal sword. Just laying there. Alright. What we got?
Yep, give me a sec.
My high perception has succeeded. I've rolled well my 2 rolls. Now they will all be awful. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
All right. You're on a natural 20. Is that it?
That is my natural 20.
Well then, Eleran is indeed unlucky, and there are some pretty interesting things on display here. First of all, roll me a d6.
All right.
Yeah, Eleran, as you like browse the different wares and stalls here, you can spot at least 5 potions of healing for sale.
5 potions of healing.
6, sorry.
6?
Potions of healing. Yep.
That's actually pretty good.
At what price?
Yeah.
Yeah. What price indeed?
What price are these potions of healing? How much do normal potions of healing even cost?
150 gold or something.
Yeah, they're like real expensive, aren't they?
Those are good.
They're 50 gold.
Amazing. 50 gold.
They are. Yeah, the potions are for sale for 150 gold pieces each.
Oh wow, okay.
Yep, at least according to like the little sign hanging off them, written in some sort of goblin or common mix. Apart from that, Eleran spots a what do you call them? Like not bagpipes. You know, like the satyr. You know, a satyr plays those like wood
pan
pipes.
pipes.
It's like a pan pipe.
Yes, a pan pipe.
Okay.
There's a pan pipe made of some interesting like fine wood. There are engravings of rats sort of tumbling all around it, and a small like golden rat sort of like hanging off it as some sort of ornament. It looks very well maintained and quite the craftsmanship actually.
The pan piper's pipes.
Yeah.
How much are those listed for?
Well, that's a good question, isn't it? Roll me a d10.
D10. 2.
Okay.
They are 2 gold.
They are listed for 300. It's listed for 300 gold.
Wow. Okay.
They're magic pan pipes.
They're magic pan pipes with rats on them. Presumably, those are pan piper pipes.
Or maybe they're summon rat.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're pipes that summon rats, basically.
All right. I mean,
Or
sure.
like a swarm of rats, perhaps.
We'll find out where we buy them and play them.
Oh, many rats!
Let's see let's
What
see
else
what's
have we got?
around. You know,
What else we
I don't have. I couldn't pay for those myself. So
No, so we got healing potions at 3 times the normal cost. We got pan pipers pipes at 300.
I have a picture for you of the pipes.
Oh yeah, I forgot that stupid formatting.
the red pipers.
There.
Look at that.
Ooh, those are pretty. Let me just throw these to the stream as well.
And let's see, because you did roll a natural 20, you also get a bonus item.
Get a bonus item. Ooh.
I mean, doesn't get any better than that.
I mean,
Mhm.
Yeah, I said the first Eleran Goblin Market.
yeah. He knows what to look for.
Home every summer.
Every summer, the Goblin Clan of
My-
book.
My mother always took me to the Goblin Market.
Awful mother.
Yeah, well.
But I never sold, so.
Yes. Yeah. Most of the things for sale here, I will say, like as a general rule, you can buy most stuff like common items here from the player's handbook, like armor,
Okay.
weapons. Most of the like common things are available, goods and stuff. It is for 3 times the normal price. Um, as base. Maybe you can convince them to lower it. Who can say?
Yeah, all right.
But that's what the goblins are hawking, certainly. But yeah, let's see. Elrond also notices something actually down at the weapon shop down here.
Oh yes. Yes.
Put on like a basically they have found a marble column somewhere that has like fallen over. Dragged it over here and propped it up so it's sort of stable. On top of it is instead of like a satin pillow, there's like moldy blankets.
Okay.
And on top of said moldy blankets, displayed as well as a goblin can possibly display, seems to be a very finely crafted elven longbow. It is made of white, almost like alabaster-looking wood, with a lot of engravings and elven filigree and similar things on it.
Sup, goblins? How? Oh God, how much is it? Like listed for?
Well, isn't that good?
I'm gonna have to
A D-
stab them for it.
a D10, please.
Fuck. 9. Damn it.
Mm,
Like, that's bad.
let's see here what's listed for.
I'm definitely gonna have to stab them for it.
Dude, we're not killing the
My,
Goblin Market.
Am I to understand that you attack the goblin market?
No. Although I feel like as a group we could take these goblins. I could kill one per shot.
It
You
is.
could go to Waterdeep and like ravage people's houses and just kill them in the night and sell all their
ruin the
cutlery.
economy because you
But-
can.
Don't ruin the
No.
economy.
It is listed for 1,500 gold pieces.
Okay, so that's 10 times the amount of money that I have.
That
Yes.
is.
There seems to be a special guard goblin, a standing guard over that very item. Clearly, it is the market's like crowning achievement, and you can also see a lot of other goblin like stall owners like glare at it from time to time. Probably they are very envious of the
What if we-
prestige of selling that particular item.
Oh, all our money, and then we don't have any for the auction.
Take me to your leader.
Wait, what? No, just bargain with the goblins.
Alright, let's bargain with the
They're
goblins.
goblins.
Let's bargain with the goblins.
Yes, the goblin approaches. Is like, welcome, valuable paying customer. Yes. You see, he looks Elrond up and down scrutinizingly, probably looking for his money bag to sort of gauge how much money the elf might have.
I mean, Eleran keeps his money inside his armor. Like, he knows what's up.
The goblin looks a little bit sad that he can't see a big money bag.
Yeah. He will, he'll say to the goblin, I see the bow that you have. And I believe that it is fairly overpriced, my dear goblin. He's speaking in goblin. Make this smoother.
Goblin looks absolutely shocked.
Oh,
Overpriced? No, Sir Elf. This is the fabled. He looks at the bow. It's the fabled elf bow, yes. Made by elves, he nods. It has strange magical powers. Elven magic.
I really want to. I would want to bluff my way through this, but I'm awful at deception.
Uh-huh.
So, what languages does Snapping Branch talk? I'm thinking.
We need
You're gonna
someone
try to sell the goblins some glass beads for their land. We're doing. Did
No,
Eleran?
she speaks a few languages,
Speak Elvish?
maybe.
Alright. So, alright, Eleran will call Snapping Branch over in Elvish. Let's see if the goblins react, knowing the language, perhaps.
All right.
No, the goblin looks just blank. It's
Okay.
Elven speak. Like, what does he know?
Good.
The goblin.
So, Eleran will say to Snapping Branch, this bow, it is not overpriced. It is, in fact, probably worth as much as it is marked for, but clearly we do not have this money. Can you help me convince them that this is, in fact, not what they think it is? Perhaps lowering the price?
Snapping Branch looks shocked, absolutely shocked at this request. Before she'll respond in
Haggling
Elvish.
like a poor person.
Before she'll respond in Elvish. You're saying that these goblins are selling an item of incredible value for a fair price, and you would like to exploit them to the point of getting it for borderline free. And you'd like my help to do it.
He looks at Snapping Branch as if he's not amused that she's trying to hold a ruse. They're trying to, like, pretend as if she's
Shame
not
him.
okay with this and shaming him, yeah.
I'm genuinely not a fan of the idea. In this place of potentially infinite wealth, if one only were to look closely at other places that are not as civilized as this, it feels just not quite right to steal from so far the only friendly inhabitants we have found.
I would be happy to pay them, Snapping Branch. I just do not have the money. If we can lower it to even the most amount of money that I have, then I would pay them for it.
I think all you're saying is that your greed outweighs your patience.
His expression darkens a bit and will say, "This is not greed. I would argue that many
You
things."
have a bow and you want a fancier bow.
This is an elven bow. It does not belong in the hands of goblins.
It has been here for some time, probably. It can't wait for a couple more days.
I do not believe we'll find 1,500 gold in a couple of days.
Not with that attitude.
He frowns further. And so, then turns away from Snapping Branch and then looks back to the goblin. And will say, will say he will consider the price. And
Goblin nods emphatically.
will walk off.
Snapping Branch will actually walk up to the goblin and in common, as she cannot speak goblin, say, "My friend here is very interested in this item, but I'm afraid it is far too expensive for us. Which unfortunately means you're going to lose us as customers, as we simply cannot give you what you're asking for. But you could gain a rare paying customer if you were to perhaps be willing to lower your price."
The goblin doesn't seem to like this line of questioning, but you can make a diplomacy check, persuasion check.
Sure. "12.
Let's see. Eh, Well, I mean, turns out the goblin isn't that good at haggling either, really. So after a bit of back and forth, Snapping Branch has sort of convinced the goblin to go quite a bit lower, in fact. The goblin is willing to part with the bow for a measly 750 gold.
Damn, that's some hackling.
All right. She's pleased with that. We'll go to the pouting Eleran and in Elvish say 750 gold if you simply ask nicely. How about that?
I believe 750 gold is still 600 more than I have. Snapping branch.
But if it previously would have taken 6 days to get 1500 gold, maybe it'll just take us 3 days to get 600 gold.
Are you still speaking like Elven?
Yeah.
Did Elven point out the pan flute?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Yorgos is looking at the flute.
The flute looks beautiful.
There's rats on it. He likes. He
Yeah.
never in his dungeon level. He never had a treasure.
Yeah. And here's 2.
Quite unfair, really.
Maybe he should seize it.
Well, maybe he should, but he doesn't actually have just enough. But you look at it.
It's beautifully carved. The goblin
So,
is very pleased.
You know, he's not really done haggling before. He sort of leans down and says, "Hey, I'll do you a favor. If you give me this at a slight bit of pay, if I pay a little bit less for it, the asking price, then I'll tell everyone that you made me pay more. They'll be very impressed."
That's an interesting approach. The goblin seems to consider this, but I would still lead a diplomacy check, I believe.
Yeah, I'm trained.
Wow, trained. Look at that.
Yeah, I am trained.
All right. Turns out the goblin likes this idea quite a bit, and he is willing to lower the price to 200 gold.
Take it.
All right.
Pretty much all my money, but I'll take it.
All right. You can part with 200 gold. And
Yeah.
You can add these
Big
beautiful
bag.
pipes. Yeah, all the goblins. But when you pull out the 200 gold, all the goblin eyes in the entire market just follow the gold.
There's 400. Well, I'll be damned. I can't negotiate with you. It's too good for me. He plonks down
The
next to
goblin,
pretty flute.
the goblin swells with pride and starts eagerly counting the money. You can also see that he's seemingly somewhat bad with counting, but he's getting there. He has like an abacus and stuff to help him out.
See, to Yorgos, there's 2 types of monsters down here. There's monsters who be slain for glory, and then there's just other inhabitants like himself, really. I mean, this is kind of his homeland, in a weird sense. At least he doesn't remember anything before he was here. So
It's true.
you know, he doesn't want this little goblin place to, like, you know, he doesn't mind giving them money. Honestly, what is money to him? He doesn't need gold. Can't eat it. Can't do anything with it. As long as he's enough to live comfortably, then yeah, he has a pan flute.
Absolutely true.
Like there's like a little chain on it or something. Like, yeah, he'll put it around his neck, like wear it.
Yeah, no, you can sling it like over your shoulder and it
Yeah.
hangs down.
Like stand, like do a little pose as he looks at the others. You know?
Yeah.
Well, what do you think?
It is a nice panpipe, Yorgos. I wonder what it does other than play beautiful music.
So try to play it.
Are you trained in playing musical instruments?
In pan fluting? No, I am definitely
He's
not.
awful. They request you
Probably
to stop.
sounds like a foghorn then.
Yeah. When he puts his lips, his Minotaur lips. Minotaurs have lips, right? Yeah, cows have lips.
It's like cow lips. Yeah.
Cows have lips.
Puts his cow lips.
That is the best quote from any campaign ever. Cows have lips.
They do have lips. Big luscious lips.
Big luscious cow lips.
A little rough, actually. Like
Yeah, all right, yeah. He has an image of rugged handsomeness to project, so. Yeah, a tune comes out, but it's like it's a difficult instrument to master, he thinks. There is a slight tingle to his lips, suggesting that perhaps there is something special about this. Yes.
Okay.
Well, we'll sort of go over to Stamping Branch. There's no dwarf here. Stamping Branch is probably the next person hit. So I bought these. Bit of my money. She like shows them. Could you? They seem to be special in some way. But they feel strange.
I mean, they also look oddly clean compared to the rest of it. They might be magical, but it's not really my area of expertise.
You know. well.
You could certainly, if you have an Arcana check, you can.
She does not.
You don't need to be
Alright.
trained to
Trained
make.
-1.
You don't need to make. Yeah, you don't need to be trained to make skill checks.
All right, I'll try to think about it.
Well, he's not sure. Although he has, his neighbor down in the dungeon was some sort of weird spellcaster type. And he actually told Yorgos that certain magical items can be attuned to. Like you basically, in a way, commune with the item's intention or spirit. And if you accept the item as part of you take almost like a spiritual ownership of it. An item can reveal its secrets to you that way. It might be somewhat risky to do so, because if the item is cursed or have any negative effects, you will also gain those. But it is a way to find out what a magical item does, without having to, resort to arcane studies. Yorgos does feel like there is something with it. He believes that he could attempt such an attunement.
I think I can. It's like it's trying to talk to me. I think I could just ask it what it does.
It would require a short rest, because
We would take about an hour.
Yeah.
I mean, we could just spend it shopping here. I mean, I think being paying customers, I certainly am one now.
Oh,
I wonder what they do with all the gold. They probably store it somewhere.
Yeah.
Maybe the king has like a pile of it. Maybe you could borrow some if you need it. Pay him back.
Borrow some, perhaps.
A small markup. But I mean, it seems like a fine place to, take a short rest.
You could take a short rest in the Goblin Market. They seem to be welcoming towards you at the moment.
Attuned to the magic pipes.
All right.
I wish I was
before that, Sabrina also wants to buy something. He wants to buy one of those skulls he saw.
Oh, of course.
They're gonna be worthless, but then she can bring it home and be like, "Hey, look at this skull! I bought it in the Goblin Market down in the Undermountain." That's a story.
I mean, that is a story. Yeah.
What type of skull is she looking for? There seems to be a large variety.
And the most exotic one she can say.
The weirdest.
All right.
Do mind flayers have skulls? They're squid-faced.
Well, they can't squeeze through a keyhole. So I imagine they have some sort of bones, yeah.
I believe they
made
do
for
have
people.
bones. Yeah. All right, roll a d10.
Free.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be too many exotic skulls on display currently. But there is a skull of what she thinks might have been an orc or a hobgoblin, perhaps. The other skulls are more mundane, like a human skull. There's a dwarven skull, goblin skulls. Many of those for sale for sure.
Yeah, sure. Like an orc skull. That'll do.
All right. It is Stamping Branches for 1 gold piece.
Yes. Gladly buy that.
Awesome. The goblin is very excited. He knew that the skull business would be a good idea.
Yes. She'll put it in her backpack
Wonderful.
after cleaning it a bit.
Sure. Absolutely. All right. So Yorgos wants to sit down and meditate over the rat pipe.
Yeah, sure. I mean, what could go wrong?
What could go wrong? Yeah, so you are attempting to attune to the item.
Sure.
All right. In 5th edition, certain items require attunement for them to be used. You can be attuned to 3 items before you need to unattune from something. I think it's 3, or is it 5? I think it's 3. So this one will take up one of your attunement slots. And during, like, at the end of this hour, the item is yours on a spiritual level. It responds to you and no one else for as long as it is attuned to you, or no one attunes to it instead of you. And it reveals to you its secret.
Okay. Can I unattune in a later time?
You can, provided the item is not cursed, because then you cannot. Then you will need to remove curse to get rid of it.
All right.
Similar to, for
Let's
example,
hope
the
it
sword.
isn't.
Yes. It is revealing itself to be the pipes of the sewers.
Oh. Hmm.
And as you can see, it has some exciting abilities connected to it.
Yeah, I now have put my lips on sewer pipes.
Yep, you literally have.
Look at this. Must be proficient. I'm not. Okay. Oh. Right.
All right, Yorgos can,
Well,
if
he
he
can't.
learns how to play, if he ever learns how to play wind instruments, control that.
Yeah, the pipe has 3 charges. It can be expended to summon forth a swarm of rats, if there is any within half a mile around them, to form a swarm. Also, rats and giant rats are actually indifferent towards him, and will not attack or harm him in any way unless he harms them first or threatens them first.
Okay, so maybe if there is a level of. All right. Well, now he is part sewer pipe. All right. So sure. So you can. Okay. I mean, so yeah, he knows what it means. She like toots on it slightly. Doesn't. It's just like.
He
I don't
he
know if
feels
there's
there's
a way for me to get into proficiency. I don't know how about that.
maybe next level up you can learn how to. You practice enough.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, now he's got something to do. Maybe that.
Mhm.
Maybe the fiddler and the Mr.
That's
Three
true.
Strings. Maybe he knows something about wind instruments.
Maybe, yeah.
You know. Yeah, he'll toot on it. He's happy with his purchase. I mean, they're pretty pipes.
There are, yeah, they're pretty pipes.
Mhm.
All the goblins, look mighty impressed by this purchase and the sale, and especially that you have been, identified as rich customers, not only paying customers but rich customers. That's very exciting for the goblins. As when Yorgos sits in a corner and attunes, like several goblins try to approach him with like offers of other things. There's like someone like a cheese wedge.
Does
Maybe
it look like
maybe
good cheese or is it
no,
bad?
no. It looks like bad quality cheese.
No, he lives comfortably. He doesn't want bad cheese.
Stuff like that. But yeah, so far everything seems hunky dory. The goblins seemingly loves you. as much as a goblin can.
Hmm.
That's good.
I really want to try and get this bow, but I don't know.
There's certainly a way to get it.
I mean, there is a way to get it, but Eleran is not going to stoop to stealing, I think.
No, scamming is okay, but stealing, that's...
It would be an abuse of his powers.
Yeah.
Great elven powers comes great responsibility.
It's true.
True.
So should we go say hi to the leader here? I mean,
I'm curious who he is exactly.
let's go and just,
Leading
where
goblin
can we
revolutions.
find Lord Longlegs?
The goblin will point to the east, like beyond here, and say that Yaktatol is there. He is resting in his private audience chamber.
Do you think he would be amenable to a visit?
Looks you up and down. Paying customers are always welcome, and rich customers much more so.
Oh, good.
The goblin who sold Yorgos the page like jingles with a gold bag towards the guards at the door, and they sort of they just acknowledge and sort of step aside, allowing you to approach what you believe to be some sort of inner sanctum, maybe.
Let's go talk to the goblin boss.
Snapping Branch wants to believe that it was her they meant with rich paying customers.
She is wealth. Okay.
That's straight up a dude.
Oh, look at that! There's pillows.
Oh, that's best. Goblin
love
elite,
pillows.
huh? Oh. And there's a shaved dwarf, huh? Oh.
Yes. So. This was probably some sort of like side room, or maybe a drinking hall or something like that once upon a time. Now, however, a very big, like plushy chair is put in the northernmost part of the room. It is filled with like carpets and pillows and like all of that good fancy stuff. On top of it sits a human who is very handsome and looks like very righteous and knightly and very dashing. It's like out of a fairy tale almost, like the knight in shining armor. He seems to admire some sort of gemstone or something that is like a small pile on the like armrest of the chair he's sitting on. Next to him, you see two bugbears that look incredibly bored and just contemptuous and looking around. They don't seem to particularly enjoy this place. At the foot of the throne slash chair, there seems to be some pretty tough looking goblins. They're like clad in fairly heavy armor. They have javelins strapped to their backs. They have scimitars that seem to be like in good condition. Probably some sort of elite guard. Stand next to him. On pillows around here, seems to be like goblin sycophants, toadies. They call like praises and other like other boot licking things up to the Yektatol who sits on the chair, and he listens to their like bleating quite bemusedly, seemingly to enjoy it. To the south, you see two more bugbears. They seem slightly more alert. And you see a dwarf that you actually recognize as Copper Stoneforge from the fine fellows of Daggerford, the adventuring party who went down here before you. He has been shaved. Does not have any beard any longer, and he looks absolutely furious. He is sitting chained to the wall, dressed in nothing but his trousers.
Is this
Uh,
the same party that Halith and the other guy was part of?
yes.
Oh. Oh, these are very
Um,
bad people.
This is one of the people who, according to Haleth at least, killed him and pushed him down a hole.
Oh god, no, that's...
The shaved dwarf, as I said, looks absolutely furious, filled with rage and hatred towards everything and everyone. When you walk in, though, he seems to like light up, perhaps sensing that rescue might be at hand. He would probably call out to you, but he's gagged, and it's just a muffled grumble coming from him.
Oh god. Oh, I joked about killing the goblin market.
You did. Wow.
Let's hear the full story first, shall we?
How they created a. Alright. Yeah.
I mean, what seems to be the problem here, really?
You know,
There's a bad people.
The guards certainly take notice of you. And roughly where you are there, they will like motion towards you to stop. And Yak the Tall puts down his gemstone, puts himself a little more upright in the chair, and looks towards you. And he says, "Oh, guests, how delightfully rare. Greetings. I am Yak the Tall, leader of this goblin establishment? Commune. Yes, let's go with that. Commune.
Yorgos
I am to understand that you have enjoyed the hospitality of our markets. I am much pleased that you parted with some of the gold to us. Yes, I do like it." He looks fondly towards the gemstones.
well, greetings, Mr. Yek. If we are delightfully rare, then I do have to say that the Undermountain is rarely this delightful, so it seems like a good match.
Smiles, a thin smile towards you.
Now, I am curious, hence our visit with your esteemed personage, of how this whole location came to be. It is, as I've said, very odd, borderline out of place in this place, although admittedly we haven't discovered and explored much of it yet.
Yeah, looks towards you and says, "Well, it is a tale of daring and heroics, to be sure. I can tell you as much that I led, well, what could be called a liberation of some of the inhabitants of the oppressive Skullport, a city that many of us have called home in the past. No longer. It is now under new management, and me and my fellow goblins felt that it wasn't right for us. And as such, I led something of an exodus, breaking the chains of slavery that threatened me and my kind. We fled here, found a nice little area, and carved out our own settlement. I am to understand that I am still wanted in Skullport, and he waves a hand. As long as you are not here to collect on that bounty, I will welcome you here for sure, for certain.
Well, you say fellow goblins and your kind, but I can't help but notice that you're very tall for a goblin.
He smiles and says, "Oh, you noticed? Thank you, thank you. Yes, I seem to be that indeed." He smiles. Um, what's your passive perception? 17. Yeah. Steppy notices that while he is talking about this, he subconsciously seemed to run his finger across a beautiful, like, golden circlet around his head. Every time, like, anything about him or his person comes up in conversation, he seems to like almost, yeah, his hand just wanders up to it, touching it.
Would it be possible to identify what that might be from a distance? Probably not.
Not
I
really,
of course
no.
have a metagame assumption, but
No, you would need to get close and properly study it, probably.
Right, Stepping Branch nods. I also couldn't help but notice that you've got a dwarf chained to the wall over there. One fellow who seems fairly angry.
Yes, yes, indeed. He smiles. Well, him and his adventuring party tried to steal from the market. While the others fled, the dwarf wasn't quite as quick as the others. I am told that if you are in a bad fight, you only need to outrun the dwarf. He smiles.
That most certainly appears to be true.
And so, to teach him a valuable lesson of not stealing from us, we enacted some punishment. He is quite amusing, isn't he?
And not my cup of tea, but opinions differ, of course.
Oh, really? He looks for Stabbing Branch. How would you punish thieves in where you are from then?
Fortunately, in my personal business, I did not have to engage any thieves yet. I do like to think that my reputation precedes me to the point where nobody would dare steal from me. Besides, the objects I display tend to have, uh, how to put it, more metaphorical value than actual rich value, which certainly does help.
Looks worse. You say your reputation, and then tell me who are you people?
We are from above, delving the depths of this place in search for treasure that is not possessed by any such civilized place.
He nods slowly and says, I could have guessed, although I had my suspicions. The elf who skulks in the back certainly isn't from here. He is far too fair and golden haired to be from down here. The elves you see down here are more dark skinned and white haired. He shrugs. Uh, your Minotaur friend. I've seen his kind, but he seems smaller. Looks up and down. I wouldn't say scrawny, but different, certainly. Like thoughtfully fingers the sword he has scabbarded at his side.
Those who know Yorgos would call him enlightened, I think.
Yek looks at the drift globe who like hovers behind Yorgos and says, I see. Interesting. And I cannot remember seeing a talking cat before either. Curious bunch indeed, curious, but adventurers are a curious sort.
Yorgos? Just looking at this, right? Drop. Can I do like an insight check? I want to have an idea of what's up with him. What is he?
Sure, you can do an insight check.
He sees those bugbears and he says, Nicholas says, well, we found a new place for our kind. Maybe their kind is brain sucking monsters that need to be
Maybe.
purged. And
Maybe.
if so, Yorgos needs to know about that. So
Yeah, you can do an insight check.
let's try an insight check here. I hope the guy's not too good at hiding who he is. Oh, that's a nat 20.
Ooh.
Maximum insight.
Eyes narrow. Let's sniff.
I
Talk about who's
see you.
scrawny.
Yorgos, well, with natural 20, Yorgos gets, he can read this guy. He's not trying to hide what he is or like himself, really. The way he talks, the way he moves, Yorgos would guess that he's not human by default. He moves in a way where he's not quite used to his body, as if he was either smaller or bigger before, and his movements are somewhat exaggerated. Like he's misjudging how fast he needs to move or how far he needs to stretch. So it's a bit awkward. He gets a sense of putting on airs. Like he styles himself as a rich lord or something, or at least his idea of a rich lord. While not really having, like, there's nothing noble about him, but he's trying to project that. Maybe there's an inferiority complex, like in the in the back of it. He does, however, generally seem to regard the goblins and bugbears and similar creatures around him as his kind. Like he is of them, of their sort, their friends, and their king and their leader, their liberator, even. He clearly thinks very highly of himself. And as Snapping Branch has also noticed before, he seems to have a tell or a tick. Like he frequently runs his free hand's finger over the golden circlet around his head. Something Yorgos would guess is very dear to him and holds very special significance.
Maybe it's magic. Is the circlet for human?
It seems to be a beautifully made golden circlet fit for a humanoid head, yes.
Hmm. Right, but the body does seem to be physical, not an illusion.
It does seem to be physical, yes. There's not an illusion here.
Interesting. Yeah,
I mean,
You can also, get a sense that even though he presides over this place as a king and a warlord and a liberator and a ruler, the toadies seem to generally venerate and fear him. The bugbears, they are probably the ones who are seemingly the most bored or seemingly out of place. They don't seem to regard him with the same veneration as the goblins do, for sure.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that has answered all my questions. It is certainly a quaint community you have here.
So, how long are you going to keep the dwarf?
He looks towards the dwarf and says, "Until I grow tired of him, I suspect. Are you interested in purchasing him, perhaps?"
Well, I did spend a lot of my gold already on this market, so maybe you'll give me a good price.
He looks towards Yorgos, cocks his head to the side, and
He just
says,
sit down, like toots the pipe once, like, who knows? We
Yeah.
might come back.
All right. Jack nods slightly. Give me a persuasion roll with advantage.
All right,
He did spend a lot of gold at his market.
11.
All right, 11. Yek says, "Well, he did try to steal quite a valuable item from us, so his punishment must be quite severe. But I reckon I could let him go for." He seems to smack his lips as he thinks of a price. Say 200 gold.
Yorgos doesn't have that.
What item did he try to steal?
I believe he tried to steal a longbow from one of the weapon stalls.
Oh, did he? Oh,
What a dastardly crime.
Jack nods. Yes. Yes, it was.
Never steal from the living. What I say.
Jack smiles.
I'm afraid we don't quite yet have the funds to even consider this very generous offer. However, might I request that we briefly get to talk to the dwarf to, ascertain his true value and all that?
It might be a sour
Hmm.
one. Sour dwarves are the worst ones.
Jack seems to think, oh, he's certainly sour, I can guarantee you that. Looks towards Copperstone Forge and says, "Oh, fine, fine. Why not? Why not indeed?" He motions to one of his guards, who grunts and walks past Snapping Branch down towards Stoneforge. He moves up, grabs hold of the gag and like removes it. Stoneforge like just coughs and wheezes and like spits on the ground and towards the goblin, grumbling in Dwarven what you can only believe is like horrible, horrible Dwarven curses.
I mean, I know what horrible dwarf curses.
Yeah,
No,
Snapping
he.
Ground speaks Dwarven as well.
Oh, it's foul, foul things. Like imagine the worst things you can call someone, and that is what he's doing. Like just
Heated game
hate,
moment.
hateful curses going out towards the goblins and like everything around him. And then he looks to Snapping Branch, his eyes almost like mad, and he says, "You have to get me out of here."
She'll answer on Dwarven just to have some sort of privacy.
Sure.
Maybe comfort him a bit with her terrible accent. Uh, well, I would certainly like to if the opportunity presents itself. I do have a question, however. Upstairs, we met one of your companions in a hole. Do you know anything about that?
I was gonna ask.
The dwarf, Companions hole. What? Oh, some sort of trap. He fell in and broke his neck. Like nothing we could do about it.
Is he? That's bullshit, right?
Yeah, it's probably bullshit.
I mean, we heard it from the ghost mouth, right?
The ghost laugh.
Well, I mean, he was like not a ghost though. He was like a revenant.
No.
But I
Yeah,
assume they
sure.
just don't just appear without any cause.
No, it has to be
Usually
like a
don't.
horrific
Like
death,
vengeance.
doesn't it?
As far as you understood it at the time, yes. A horrible, wrongful death can bring about a revenant.
Snapping Ground will like exaggeratedly tilt her head in like fake confusion as she says, "Well, you see, that's very odd because his spirit seemed to have unfinished business with some sort of wrongful, forceful, unfair death, revenge on his mind, all that sort of stuff. It was quite creepy indeed, but if it was just a trap, that makes no sense."
Copperstone Forge grumbles and says, why do I know about... You're gonna believe a corpse over me? What, are you crazy?
I do believe a corpse, if it is motivated by such determination as to transcend death, also because I don't believe a word you're currently saying, which is very unfortunate considering that I'm in position to help you quite a bit, if I were so inclined to believe that you're at least telling me the truth.
Copperstone Forge rumbles and spits on the ground again and says, fine, fine. I pushed the fucker down the hole. He had it coming.
Mm,
Been complaining and with his nasally agonizing voice all the time we've been down here. Insufferable prick. He got what he deserved. Tried to hoard a jeweled dagger from us all. Hid it within his tunic. What kind of companion does that? No. He got the death he deserved. He was a thief. Worthless, sniveling thief. He looks upon Snapping Branch. There you go. The truth. Now, get me out of here.
Do you hate thieves so much that you wanted to become one and steal a bow?
He looks around. Steal from these creatures. They're savages. All of them. Monsters. They don't have any rights. They're not people. Sure, they speak. But what are they? Greenskins. Idiots. We just got unlucky. And my companions betrayed me in return. Some party we turned out to be. And here I am, languishing. They shade my beard. The shame of it all. I should, if only I was free, I would show them. He looks with like just absolute hatred towards the goblin next to him.
Snapping Branch drops her like fake smile towards the dwarf, showing a more genuine dark expression before sort of sidelong, turning towards the goblin and in common saying, "Thank you. That'll be all." And
Goblin grunts.
she'll turn to Yorgos as she starts walking away and says,
You can hear him now. Don't leave me here. Get back. As he gets gagged again.
"I think that's all I needed to hear, Yorgos."
Oh, okay. Is he worth it?
To summarize, he was the one who pushed his companion into the hole up above. He wanted to steal a bow from, and I roughly paraphrase, these savages who he does not consider people, and I think that's really all I needed to hear. I was hoping that this was all some sort of misunderstanding, but she shrugs. This is some sort of justice in a sense, and even if it's not something I care to involve myself in.
Drugs. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I really don't feel that strongly about this place or any of these people or this dwarf. I mean, none of this would be a challenge. Gestures. They have things I want. I paid for it because that's, well, really, it's easier and less messy. It's not because I have a great care or love for this place. Or, it seems nice to do that first.
It is morally better for us to do it first. And from hearing what the dwarf said, I do not believe he deserves our merciful intervention.
I don't think it's up to us to decide what he deserves or not. I just think that he reminds me of certain other people. Going into unexplored depths is a passion of mine. One that I want to approach with a certain mindset of either endangering only yourself or at least cooperating with like-minded fellas, as in this situation. Whatever Mr. Dwarf there was doing was selfish greed, escalating into anger, escalating into that sort of place where a hobby becomes something so twisted that it is no longer something to be passionate about.
Just having to shove your companion in a hole to him for money certainly is despicable and pathetic. He is of no importance. If you cannot trust those who fight by your side, then who can you really trust? You might try to do the same to us on the way up the stairs.
Trust is certainly desirable, but respect is mandatory.
I would trust you, Flaming Branch. I don't think you would do anything purposely harm me.
Oh, that is a great compliment, Yorgos. I appreciate it.
That said, there's very few people beyond. Well, you too, Eleran. Though I see terribly little of you.
I don't know, we'll just smile.
Beyond that, you were staring at that bow. Perhaps you could ask this person up here for a loan. Pay him back twice what you take now.
I would rather just leave. I believe that the bow is worth far less now, being what runs this establishment.
All right.
It's worth less?
Morally, Snapping Branch. My gold is better served elsewhere. I do not believe that this character is all that should be venerated.
You don't venerate anyone by engaging in market economics.
he sort of frowns and says, "I do not think you see my point here, Snapping Branch. I do not wish to give the creature money, for I do not wish to give it anything."
She shrugs. I suppose in the end it's entirely up to you.
Giving it money will just further its gold. I do not
The
wish
scrolls
to
seem to
further
be
it.
goblin independence from brain monsters.
Perhaps we should shift our focus not to the spending of money and what happens after it leaves our fingers and pouches, but rather to acquiring more of it. Elsewhere, obviously.
Elsewhere. Do not like this commune.
Can certainly leave the market if you wish. No one seems to harm you. Quite the opposite.
Then perhaps we should.
I mean, we should leave to the north, right? Here.
Is that an exit?
I mean,
No.
they had guards by it.
Yes, there are guards by it. It seems as you approach to be a very sturdy stone door. On top of it, there is a sign with similar amazing design as others that says "Private, no entry."
It might be Yak's bedroom. I don't think
what's
that's
in here?
The goblin guard looks towards you and says, "This is Yak's private room and quarters, where he relaxes."
Yeah, I don't think we have any business there.
Oh, Halldamir, definitely. You know, if we decide to be monsters, the game is going to give us something to justify our horrible attitude.
I just.
All right, well, what about down here? Maybe this is the way out.
Yes, that seems to be the main exit.
What about this? We walk
This
past
leads
it.
up to the door of the prison, right? The
Well,
crying
yeah,
glum. Maybe you could buy Glum. You
I
know?
can
Maybe
see that there's a door there, but
you could buy
okay.
yourself a Glum. I'm sure thieving goblin is.
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm gonna buy Glom.
Oh, I'm alright. I don't want Glum. This. Oh, there's a pack of them coming.
As you approach the exit, you can see a group of the toadies from Yek's throne room sort of gathering, like looking towards you. They seem hesitant to approach, but they follow you as you walk towards the exit.
Maybe we'll turn and walk in and see what, what's up with them.
We can have a chat with them. Yeah.
Maybe they want to ask our help.
They will
Come,
sort of
beckon.
walk very meaningfully, like north.
Right. Follow. Okay.
I want to share secrets.
I'm telling you, it's going to be a reason to commit genocide. That is what's going to happen right now.
I mean, genocide would be all of the goblins for them being goblins.
Okay, all right. It's going to be,
like...
it's going to be mass murder.
So they're gonna like cross your path a little bit before you get there and sort of move towards the side here.
Okay.
They want to lead a rebellion against the rebellion here.
I'd be so into that.
I actually...
Revolutions upon revolutions. It's like a commentary.
Hello.
They kneel down, facing the wall.
they
cry
out as you approach, and then one of them like waves you forward and says, "Yes, come forward."
What's the matter?
You've got to help us. Yak, he's cursed, you see.
Cursed?
They nod. Yes, cursed. He's so tall now. He doesn't look like he used to. He has fair skin and and golden hair. They shaking
He's-
their head. That's not what he was. Not at all.
He seems quite okay with his new appearance.
Yeah, but Cody that was speaking sort of, fiddles a little bit, and it says, the circlet changed him. Yes, yes. He picked it up and put it on, and now he's different. This is not what he was. You have to restore him.
How?
And why?
They say, well, he he's he's mutated. Well, for him. We need to bring back true self, his true mind. He's not the yak that led us out of Skullport. He's become some sort of other. He talks of market and economy. They shrug, seemingly bemused and not understanding what this concept necessarily means.
What did old Jack talk of?
He talked of freedom, of leaving this place, going somewhere else, far from here. But now we're to stay, and Skullport is close. They will come for us. There's on this level. They're already looking. There's the guild. The guild is hunting us, and we're just sitting here. We need to go, but he won't listen. He's too enamored with the riches.
What will you give us if we help you?
They look at each other and talk in Goblin back and forth, seemingly discussing what to reward you for this service.
If they say anything interesting, I can...
They seem to discuss what resources they might be willing to part with.
Uh-huh.
And then they seemingly agree, and says, if you do, you can keep the circlet. It's magical, although it is cursed. Maybe you can sell it for something. And then there's also all the gold in his private chambers. You can have that.
And the bow?
They seem to talk back and forth again. Well, the bow is quite defined. It is the prized thing of the tribe, so to speak. I don't. Maybe we can. Maybe we could do a beneficial trade. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, seems okay. All right. So how are we going to do this?
Wait, Yorgos, wait. These goblins are concerned for their leader, which I find understandable. However, Yak does not seem to be suffering from his new condition. He seems to have collected unusual smarts, perhaps.
Oh, I mean,
I
this
thought-
makes sense, though. I mean, they want to leave this place. They don't want to live in the dungeon. They want to go out and be other place. I can understand that. This place is pretty drab.
Yeah,
I
We
mean,
can
no one
perhaps
comes down
try
here
to-
trade.
We can perhaps try to convince Yak to continue his previous plans and not stay here, certainly. But I would be worried about trying a more forceful approach.
Let me ask you this, Neville. Okay, we're in a dungeon. You find a magic circlet. You put it on. Your entire personality becomes someone else's. Would you want me to take it off you?
You raise a good point.
You know, now you want to hunt rats with the piping pipes and be a rat catcher for the rest of your life. Is that, you might be happy being a rat catcher, but would it be you?
But perhaps
Oh,
even...
no, I'd obviously want you to help me. Hi.
No, it's not.
Perhaps even more is that this change, you then drag all of the people that you've helped free from their enslavement and are now enslaving them as well, and you have no control over it. Forcing them to sell moldy bread to people.
I mean, to
So-
us, really. To us and the dwarf.
To us and the... Yes.
Doesn't sound like anyone has been here.
No.
Nor do I think anyone will be here.
It...
Let's be honest, this is a failure. Just at the market. It's not going to go well.
So, in essence, you're saying we would not only be restoring Yak to his true self, while benefiting substantially, we would save all these people. Yes, I
That's
suppose
nice.
if you phrase it like
Action
that,
heroes, really.
heroes, schmeros. I don't want to do the wrong thing, you know.
Look at that. Exactly.
Let's
Eleran, what
remove.
do you think?
I do not wish to see your people in bondage. They clearly do not want to be here selling goods.
I mean, these three definitely speak for the rest of them too, I think. So,
At least for
They
the
nod,
same.
all three of them. They sure do. They assure you.
The Council of Goblins.
Council
Yeah.
of Goblins.
Yeah.
But more importantly, the person
Masked
whose
goblin
mind
lords.
is not their own is not. There should be something done.
So how do we do it?
I do have one condition. This circlet that he wears, if it is indeed cursed, I do not want to sell it. I want to display it.
If it,
Yorgos shrugs. Sure.
if
I
it,
mean,
yeah,
I'm gonna get my money back, and I spend it all in these pipes. So, you know, I get a thing, you get a thing.
if
Everyone gets a bow. We all get rich. It's all good.
plus the personality changing thing, I for one do not wish to put it on, nor sell it to some hapless fool that no.
He did seem very, very into that jewel.
Perhaps it is a cursed circlet of greediness.
Cursed circlet of market economics.
A curse to
Circlet of
bind all
capitalism.
kingdoms.
Regardless, how do we do about it?
How do we remove
I figure if we pry the thing off his skull, maybe that'll fix it. But I feel like he would die before we could.
I
Anyway,
Frankly, my knowledge about cursed items is limited to what I've heard from unreliable sources. If only Beldas was here.
Yorgos will look to these studies. What's inside his private rooms?
The toadies say there is fine furniture, the finest that we have found down here. Yes, there is also a big diorama. He nods. Yes, there is stuffed creatures on display for his amusement. A chest with the riches of the tribe, and I think a grand portrait of himself.
Of course not. Right. To do this, then we need some clothes from the goblin market, furs or whatever you have there. Then we need to be able to go into the special chambers. Maybe some of your people could be guards and they could let us in. And then tonight, when he goes to sleep, we'll be in there hidden, and we'll make sure that the circlet comes off.
Just look at each other. They seem to discuss a little bit, and then they nod and say, "Only Jack has the key to his private chambers, but if you can pick the lock, we can make sure the guards do not disturb you."
I don't think that should be a problem.
I mean, we just hide it amongst the stuffed creatures. Yes. Right? I've been standing still for what I think is years, waiting for someone to come so I could ask a dumb riddle, and so I feel like this would be easy.
I
And then we jump him and get the circlet, and then
would agree.
I think that's a solid plan, Yorgos.
no, it was good. Thank you.
It's,
Just need to
Yeah.
make sure we do not get spotted entering his chambers by any goblin who might be loyal to.
So given that we're gonna, can the goblins get us like some filthy clothes racks and
They can,
like
yes.
scrap stuff to
They tell you that
disguise
there's
us?
they
Not
tell you
us.
that there's a lovely refuse pile down south
Oh.
that you could probably scavenge some
Oh.
interesting stuff from.
Yes.
They also think that your plan is absolutely excellent, and they will do the best to basically move some goblins around, so the goblins that are loyal to their side and their
Mhm.
faction, as it were,
Mhm.
will be the ones standing guard or closest to the entrance. Basically, you would still need to sneak in, but you would have advantage on your stealth checks. Getting
And Arcus and Nicholas goblins. That's what we need. Good.
in. They nod and says, yes, very excellent. Once he is freed, we believe everything will sort itself out. Most certainly. They nod.
How could it go wrong?
Yes. You, Yorgos, and Eleran can disguise yourself. I don't think that's going to be necessary for me.
Oh, Yorgos will. He'll put like. So I'll try to look like another Minotaur.
Nod. Yes, scary monster.
Mm-hmm.
I believe I can remain hidden. I don't think hiding is the hardest.
I'm not trained in disguise kits, nor do I have one. So it's really just like, you know.
If worst come to worst, I could. There was one spell that I learned many years ago that could work. Out of character. For some reason, Gloomstalkers get disguised self, so I don't know.
There you go. It is
Make
dusk.
yourself into a drow.
I could. I could also, yeah, I mean, I could make myself look.
But yeah,
Thanks.
I mean, let's do it, right?
I
Let's
mean,
sneak into the quarters
yeah.
and hide and wait, and then
I feel like my
he comes
plus
in.
7 to
Get
stealth
it.
should be alright.
get him, and then
All right. Well, if you agree to the Goblin Toadie's suggestion here,
we
they
have to
will
save the goblins. Yeah.
They
Yeah.
will set about, hustle and bustle, and make sure that you have the distraction you need.
Alright.
They will disappear into the market and start like moving things around for you.
And presumably
Oh, I
they
forgot
give
to
us
ask them what's up with the auction. But oh well.
I don't think it's ready yet. They need the stage,
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah.
You can't have an auction without a stage.
I'll just spend all my money.
I mean, we'll get it back.
True. I think they'll want to leave after.
I think so. I don't think the auction is.
Now we just sort of casually do it. Yeah.
Once
Yeah,
this
we
is.
we just linger until the guards are distracted, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Once
I
this
mean,
is.
they'll
over,
love us, you know.
Does anyone want to disguise themselves?
Yes.
All right.
No.
I don't see the point in disguising myself, but
I put like a spike on my shoulder and
I could, but I don't know what to. Like,
stick a skull in there, you know.
I think I'm fine.
You just have to look stuffed.
I'll just have to look stuffed, I think.
Yeah,
You're
we're
right.
gonna just pretend to be stuffed beasts, right?
I mean, Snapping Grouse just does not want to filthy her pristine and very expensive outfit by putting rags on top of it. That
I mean, her
outrageous.
butler washed and pressed this morning. Like you can't.
Yeah.
I mean, what can I even disguise myself as? Like, I don't know.
Well, disguise self as any other humanoid.
I know.
Pretty much.
What other humanoids are there that are like
Be a null.
There's quite a lot of them
a
actually.
null? Yeah, that's what I mean. There's so many.
Be a null.
I'll be a null. I will find myself a quiet corner where there's no lights, no one can see me, and then I'll cast disguise self, and all of a sudden I'm a null. Although it'd have to be like right before we go in because it only lasts an hour, so you know.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's should we sneak inside? Should I roll something for my?
Yes. Let's see here. It is a disguise check. I believe that is stealth still.
Okay.
Let's see here.
I believe it's proficiency with disguise kit.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what it normally is.
Does anyone have that proficiency?
No. Snapping Grouse does have a disguise kit that we picked up, but no proficiency.
Oh right, yeah, from the actors. Yes. I mean, you could do your best. I reckon you can roll a d20 with disadvantage.
Come on, double 20s.
All right. Well,
bad.
I mean,
Not bad actually.
Yorgos manages to put on a pretty good
Looks like a stuffed
stuffed
Minotaur.
look. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. A passing glance from someone who doesn't really care to look, you could probably pass as a stuffed Minotaur. Yes. All right. Then, as the evening approaches, the hustle and bustle of the market has slowed down a little bit, you could attempt your sneak into the chambers.
Yes.
So that is a stealth check with advantage.
This is a group stealth check.
Got a +2. Well, let me just check my armor, actually.
24.
21.
I have disadvantage in all stealth checks, so I guess I don't have either.
It is a group stealth check,
It is
yes,
group.
because you
Oh my, look at that.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Yorgos is just on
He's
fire
on this
today.
plan.
Yeah.
He's
Well, the
on
former,
it.
it is. We're kind of engaging in a war situation. Taking out the enemy
It's true.
leadership and.
Oh, I love it.
You managed to sneak into the corridor without anyone noticing you.
Yes.
And the door, however, is still locked in front of you.
Well, a locked door really is just a suggestion.
Certainly.
Invitation for entry.
So some thieves' tools.
Yeah.
Unravel her tools. 24.
No
Jesus.
problem. The door clicks open and slides open. Without much of a sound or anything, really. Fine dwarven craftsmanship. And reveals inner chamber. Yak tall.
Alright, first of all, Something around will gesture for Yorgos to not enter quite yet. She'll look around for traps. Like if someone has private chambers with secrets inside, there's gonna be trap. What is that?
Is that a
Up north,
stuffed
there seems
beholder?
to be a stuffed beholder.
What? Now that's a
battle
treasure.
It is expertly mounted up in the corner. It seems to be engaging it like in a stuffed mock battle with adventurers.
Snapping branch, that belongs in a museum if anything else does. That.
I just had the same thought. It's so large, though.
It is.
It is, yes.
Transporting that will be a challenge for sure.
Yeah. They seem indeed to be like posed in a mock battle of sorts. There's like a yarn from like one of the beholder's eyes, probably symbolizing an eye ray hitting one of the goblins, who's like you rolled backward in dramatic fashion. By the way, it's quite spectacular. Someone has spent a lot of time putting this together, for sure.
Alright.
I noticed that he has no bed.
Well, there's a door over here.
No, that's
a
painting.
portrait.
Oh, okay.
That's his great portrait. There's no bed.
Well, maybe he's a horrible monster, but we'll find out.
It doesn't seem to be
maybe.
bad now.
Yeah, Snapping Branch just want to look around for like traps and that sort of stuff.
It's a perception check, unless you trust your passive one.
I trust my actual check less than my passive one, but
Yeah.
regardless.
Alright.
21, that's pretty good.
That's cool.
Alright. Stopping March quickly surveys the room from where she can see. As far as she can see, there's no immediate traps around her. No.
Great. Let's rummage.
Over here is a big chest. This is a large portrait of Yek the Tall, resplendent in his armor and his weapons. He stands like one, like looking heroically towards the future or something, and a bunch of adoring goblins are like around his feet, looking up to him.
I'm gonna check behind it if there's anything behind it. I've heard of these hidden painting things before.
Does not seem to be anything behind it. No.
All right.
Right. Does this chest look like it's gonna bite Snapping Branch again?
Is it a mimic chest?
It does not seem so. No.
Damn it.
It is a wooden chest, and it appears to be locked.
All right. Well, she wants to look inside.
Yes, yet another suggestion.
Another 21.
No problem. The chest opens up. It is filled with gold and silver and copper pieces in like a huge, just random ass pile thrown in there. Difficult to estimate the value, but there seems to be a whole lot of silver pieces specifically in this chest.
All right. She nods to herself. She's gonna close the chest again, unless there's any juicy secrets or anything.
Not really. There's some like gemstones and other things like tossed in there. Probably just random stuff from things they have picked up around the dungeon. But nothing immediately like magical or anything like that seems to be in the chest.
Should like relock the chest and everything.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
I guess we wait amongst the warriors.
Sure, you can place yourself amongst the diorama.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, shouldn't we switch places? Actually, I
I
should be
mean,
closer
yeah.
to the
I'm like all over here. I'm shooting. I'm with the
Let's be
bow
honest,
people.
no.
Plus,
I
I'm
mean-
now in a corner, so I'm happy with that.
Snapping Branch does stand out a bit, considering.
You can hide behind. There's like a rock thing there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably better than trying to fake being something stuffed.
All right. Let's see then. You wait, and after an hour or so, maybe two. It's not the most action filled. There is indeed rattle at the door.
Snapping Branch relocked the door, obviously.
Obviously, yes. There is a rattle at the door as it opens, and you see Yek the Tall step inside. With him comes what seems to be assortment of bugbears and his goblin elite guard. The goblin elite guard take up places among the door, and Yek the Tall seemingly strides in. He stretches and puts his walks up to this table with the chessboard and puts his helmet down on one of the chairs, and then he walks over to this chair, sits down, slowly pulls off his armor gloves, put his giant great sword next to him, leaning against the chair, and seemingly seemed to try to relax. He doesn't seem to pay the bugbears much mind. And they sort of spread out, also looking still quite bored with this whole situation. Let's see here. As Yek sits down, looks at the chessboard, seemingly contemplating a move. While he does, he pulls up what seems to be a small journal, and he starts writing in it. There's a candle lit on the thing to give him some light. Make stealth checks, please.
No, I'm disguised, right? So
Yep, yeah, you are.
I have advantage, surely.
That's what you do, yeah.
I mean, I was disguised as well. So clearly.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
And just, I know half plate has disadvantages in stealth checks, but I'm not moving.
That's true. You're standing still, so you
Right.
don't need. That seems
I
fair
think
to
that's
me.
fair.
Yeah.
You have your amazing disguise on.
Yeah. It'd be weird if I didn't. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Okay. All right.
16.
Oh. Right.
Yeah, no, it seems it does indeed seem like no one really notices you as you sort of stand there. Yek seemingly continues writing. The guards look incredibly bored. He doesn't really seem to dismiss them. He seems to enjoy the idea of them guarding him or standing in attention over him. After a while, though, he seemingly moves up towards the diorama, throws a look at it.
I mean, just putting out there that Yorgos is probably looking at Snapping Branch because he can't actually see what's going on. So,
So it's like looking for cues.
That's why his eyes watching.
I suppose to even fit in this, we've got our weapons drawn and everything.
Oh yeah. No.
Yek has also picked up his greatsword, as he moves up here. He stands himself in front of the painting, and then seemingly starts posing similar to what it is of the painting. Trying to strike different heroic poses.
All right. I mean, those guys are not going to leave. There's no bed in here. He's not going to sleep here. So,
No, I feel yeah, we're gonna have to.
like,
We're gonna
snapping
have to
around
fight.
will make like a hand gesture pointing like behind Yorgos, and then she'll like just go.
Yeah, okay. I mean, as Yoga sees that, he yeah, I think we might surprise them, honestly.
Yes. Go to initiative. You have a surprise round.
Because they might not expect this. Oh God, that's a bad roll. Dumb roll.
Decent rolls from the rest of us, I guess.
Eleran is the first to go with his elven lightning reflexes.
So much surprise.
I rolled an 11. Oh, we're gonna have to actually kill the guards, aren't we?
I mean, I believe when you knock things to 0, you can choose not to.
That is
No?
true. Yeah, I
That
think
wrong?
It's true.
that is true.
You can like injure them instead.
Yeah, just knock them out with pain.
Mhm.
All right.
Applying enough pain.
Which ones do you think are more dangerous, the Goblin Elite or the Bugbears? Bugbears are pretty scary, right?
I don't know. I'm gonna go for Yak the Tall personally. He's
Yeah,
not gonna expect how
obviously.
much Minotaur he's gonna get.
All right. I guess as Snapping Branch makes the gesture before she can even react, Eleran casts Zephyr Strike, and will turn and shoot the nearest Bugbear. Critting, so dealing an extra 1d8 piercing and then an extra 1d8 force for 31 damage on the first shot.
1 damage on the first. Yeah, he's still standing.
23 for 9.
Yeah, that's it's 40 damage.
40 damage.
That kills him.
All right, and then the second
Knocks him out.
knocks him out. He's not dead.
Okay.
Didn't kill him.
Okay.
Somehow with
Somehow,
magical arrows.
The force knocks him out, obviously.
That's
force
right.
damage. It's force.
Force damage of the arrow knocks him out.
Yeah. And then 16 for 8 on that Goblin Elite.
That misses. Clonking into his armor.
That is fine. That's me. Actually, I'll move back. Give myself as much room as possible.
Yeah, he is surprised. Snapping branch.
Right, Snapping Branch, using her feline agility for a boost of speed, will like bounce off the wall, moving double her speed in a single move action. And then she's just gonna try to take off the circlet.
Okay.
She's got fast fingers, like literally.
Yeah, this is a similar to like a sleight of hand thing you're trying to do.
Sure, she can do those as a bonus action, actually.
Yeah.
So she'll try to see what happens. Maybe the bloodshed can be avoided. 15.
15. Yes, you snatch the circlet from his head. As you do, you see there's like a startled yelp from Yektatol, and you almost immediately see his form start to like almost like bubble and melt, and like he started to hideously disfigure. Like he doesn't really shrink or anything immediately, but it's like removing like a capstone, you know. It's the building, the temple that is his body is crumbling before your eyes. Yeah, he will not transform like right away, but the transformation is like now ongoing. Seemingly very painful, as you can hear like bones and stuff start snapping, like the skin changing. It's probably not very pleasant.
All right. It was a move and a bonus. Then she's gonna take like standard action to do a dash,
Mhm.
and like bounce back to her hiding spot, like shouting, "I hope you're grateful about this and don't hate us." Bye.
All right. Yet the Tall is too stunned to do anything. Like it snaps and pops, and he like shrieks out in pain as the transformation starts to happen. It's like a reverse werewolf almost. Yorgos.
He's a
Rage.
wereman.
Rage.
As he lets out a blood-curdling like roar. You know, this is he's surprising this guy, and then he will fly in his face
All right.
as a Minotaur. Not with Hilbert, but with his hands to grab the guy and knock him to the floor,
Okay.
grappling him.
Okay. Let's see how grappling works.
It's like
You make an attack. I looked it up.
Yeah. Tell me, this is not something you usually get a lot.
No.
Mhm.
See, grapple.
You make a special melee attack. Oh god.
Grapple creature speed becomes 0, and cap benefit from the bonus with speed. And cap condition. Alright, sure. You can make your your grappling attack.
Sure. So that is using my strength athletics with advantage because of raging.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what happens. Pretty good. So, okay, so 23. And he can oppose me
Yeah.
with either strength athletics or dexterity acrobatics.
For Yak, that is strength athletics. I believe.
Painfully forming surprised Yek.
It's pretty strong, but you know, it's no, no, no. He does not. He simply can't resist that. And Yorgos has him locked at the grapple.
All right. Now, there used to be ways to escalate grapple. I have no idea if that's a thing, but as it isn't, I guess I'll have to knock him out for the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll try to do that. I can use this grapple as part of my attack, basically replacing one of my weapon attacks.
Okay.
So he'll hold him, you know, grab his like throat, I guess,
Yep.
and like just pull him close, and then use the flat side of the halberd to just bludgeon his head with the idea that he'll be knocked unconscious. He's like, "Don't hate us," you know.
Don't
And he'll crit him, double
Oh,
crit actually.
no.
Look at that. That's 2 20s. That's 2 20s. So that's an extra d10
Oh my god.
for 18, and then on top of that, so it's all dice in the roll, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this plus 7 plus 1d6.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 18,
30.
30 damage.
Okay. 30
From the
damage.
bludgeoning of the raging Helbert to the back of the head.
Alright. You smack into him like full force, full charge, and he's reeling from it clearly. Like blood sputters from his temples. He's just disoriented and like can't understand what's happening. Yeah, he's not doing great.
We'll get that too.
Bagbear is shocked, and the Goblin Elite is also shocked. Elren
10
Moonstar.
more bludgeoning, if 19.
Oh, 10 more bones. Okay, sure.
Because, you know,
Let's see.
it comes up, he's still conscious, it goes again.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Somehow, with one hand, the back end of the halberd smashes.
Oh, it's going places.
I guess it is, yeah. Yeah, no, that knocks out Yektotal. Like just hammering into his temple with a halberd does it. And
She
he
always
just
holds him up and like roars. Because he's still raging and real
Yeah.
mad.
All right.
As he lets the body fall and slump onto the ground, he looks maddened at the guards.
All right. Eleran.
Do the guards look like they might run from that?
Well, I mean, everything has happened so fast. It's difficult to tell, honestly. you would think the goblin elites at least would try to help and free
Okay.
their glorious leader. The bugbear, hard to say.
All right. We're gonna shoot the nearest elite then.
Okay.
22
As
for
well
7.
Some damage. Yeah.
I'm gonna stay. Actually, I'll like mosey on over here.
The goblin elite over here. Well, his leader is in dire straits, and he needs to try to get there. So he'll rush forward, throwing a javelin at Yorgos, screaming in goblin something like "Defend the king!" The javelin does 18.
It hits for half damage.
All right, 1 damage. Well, that didn't do what he hoped it would. Stepping match.
Standing across, just gonna chill behind a rock.
Okay. Yet the toll is knocked out. Yorgos.
All right. I mean, it's cinematic here. We'll you know,
Mm-hmm.
we're being an angry Minotaur here. So let me just. I haven't really used this ability because it usually isn't that useful. But hit a creature with attack. You can. We'll move in. Swing the halberd. Oh my.
It's a hit, certainly.
15.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll swing again because it's bonus.
That's a hit.
Well, that's another. Net 20. Add +1. Too much to hit for. But that's another net 20
Okay, yes.
for another d10.
Oh, the poor goblin.
16.
16 sends the goblin flying. Do you
Okay.
knock him unconscious too?
Yeah. And then
Okay.
because I was going to do it anyway, he'll pull him up with the horns and chuck him 10 feet.
All right, sure. He'd be like thrown away 10 feet. Just this whirlwind of minotaurial strength and power. It is.
Ah, it feels good. This is, the battle.
The
Can get
bugbear,
me.
like seemingly coming to his senses, shrieks in terror and runs for the door. Which is locked, yes, because Jack suddenly locked the door when he entered. He tries desperately to bash the door open, so we'll see what happens.
We will not kill
No.
you.
There is no escape.
Yeah, no, it's
You're being safe. Please do not resist.
Do not resist the saving attempts of us destroying your
Yeah, I don't
budding
speak
market
goblin.
economy.
And I'm very angry.
He is very angry.
The Goblin Elite, I mean, this
Surrender.
Minotaur has laid low everything. But his king is down. He needs to, he has honor. He's chosen for this.
Oh.
He charges forward.
Oh, he gets
has to.
that. He gets that attack opportunity. 13. Probably won't do it though.
Yeah, he dodges underneath it and slashes with his scimitar. Once and twice.
Hits. 1 hit. 2 damage.
All
That
right.
should actually have been for. Should have been for.
Eleran will shout to the bugbear, "Surrender, and you'll be left unharmed."
What language do you use?
What language do they do? Goblin, I
Goblin.
guess. Yeah.
They're goblinoids, probably.
Let's speak Goblin then. They're probably goblinoids, I would imagine. I'll say it in Goblin.
Mm-hmm. You're saying in Goblin.
Yeah.
The bugbear, he frantically is like pulling at the door. Maybe he doesn't hear you quite, like over the din of combat and the screaming of Yorgos, but he doesn't seem to give up.
Alright, well. I'm gonna help Yorgos anyway. The Goblin elite. That's what I do. 18 for 12?
18 for 12. 18 is a
Your
hit.
to hit
Yes.
bonus is crazy.
And then 28 for 7. Yeah, I know.
So,
I guess so many bonuses, it's stupid.
the goblin is hanging on, but that is onslaught for the poor guy. Snapping brush.
Snapping Branch wants to make sure that this bugbear does not leave this room and cause a panic outside. So she's once again gonna use her feline agility, which has recharged because she didn't move on the last turn, to double her speed. So move action to go 60. Dash to go here as a bonus action.
Bugbear looks in absolute horror as a cat comes running towards him, like Matrix style on the walls or something. Like, it's like, oh.
And then standard action to smack him across the head with her rapier. For a double 20.
Yep.
These double 20s.
All these
Fate.
crits.
All
Yeah,
the
look at
They were,
crits.
they were not
wants
meant
this.
for this.
How many crits have we done this combat?
I mean, you were hidden at the beginning, right? So
Poor
speak it.
Bugbear. He gets
No,
hit.
she didn't take the
Oh,
hide
okay.
action, so technically she wasn't.
No, exactly. So, but yeah, otherwise that yes, fucking yeah. Imagine that. Like, get a fucking crit for being hidden 90 feet away. Is running up at full speed with a rapier. Like, oh.
Yeah, with her move and the bonus action using her feline agility, she can move 120
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's...
and still have a standard action. Or 240 if he... No, or 180 if she used all her actions to move.
Kite the world.
Whee!
That sounds like
Fucking
Artemisia
cat.
levels of movement.
All right. Yeah. No, she comes lunging out like a lightning bolt. Hits the bugbear, who certainly stops banging at the door and turns her attention to her. Yeah,
Right.
unconscious. Yorgos.
More incoherent roaring
As a hits.
place.
10 knocks him out.
Okay, well, let's put him 10 feet away too.
Okay, sure.
I feel like it makes sense. I'll go over here and begin to do the hooves scrape on the.
The bull charge. The bugbear. Well, oh my god, he's absolutely terrified by everything, but he has to get out somehow. He will shriek and swing his mace towards Snapping Branch. This cat made of quicksilver needs to go away. Morningstar, attack.
That's a miss.
All right, no, he just slams into the door. A few splinters of rock fall over. That's him. Goblin Elite is down. Eleran.
Alright, I'll come over here so I don't need to worry about cover. That's another crit. 12 on the first one, and then a 16 for 12.
16 hits, yeah.
So 24 damage.
Ugh. Bugbear is barely holding on. It's just arrows and cats, and it's not how it was meant to be.
That's like the 4th crit we've had. What is this?
Snapping Branch will ready an attack once Yorgos is adjacent.
Very well. He's unconscious. Yorgos.
Attack!
Oh
Hit.
god.
Yeah,
Stick
no,
it
he just gets absolutely sandwiched.
Oh,
And then
that's another natural 20.
What? Oh my god, so many crits.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if you can not kill him with that much. But somehow you probably break like half the bones in his body, but he's somehow still alive. But he just crumples. absolutely
Puncture the back
crumples.
and he'll be fine. Might be soup inside.
He's
I mean,
got a lot
Snapping
of
Branch is gonna
inside.
pull out her healer's kit and make sure that
The combat is
Goes will
over.
stop and pace and be aggressive
Oh my
Mhm.
god.
because he wants to like this. Where's the enemy? There's there's supposed to be more of them.
The sun's getting real low, big guy.
Yeah. To pacify the.
doesn't it feel great to help people?
Liberation.
Don't.
All right. So what is happening to the the broken blob on the floor that's transforming? Because we sort of broke it. Yorgos broke him, and then we forgot about it.
It is not pretty. You look back and yeah, he
Oh,
it
the formerly tall.
it is a small, scrawny looking goblin, who's just he's clearly weak. You know, he was not perhaps smart, perhaps perhaps an intelligent goblin, but not very strong of body, so to speak. And he's like too small for his armor. It's like fallen off. He probably couldn't lift the sword anymore. He's just knocked out, like some blood, like some teeth, like laying on the ground next to him, perhaps.
Maybe use the healing kit on him.
A shadow of his stately heroic self on the portrait that looms above him.
I think we like tie up the bugbears and the goblin elites just so they don't do anything stupid.
Sure.
And then I'd probably try to, wake up Yak, talk to him.
Or you wake Yak up. He sputters and like coughs and wheezes and then looks around and looks at you and says, What have you done to me?
Well,
I'm
as it turns
afraid-
out, some of your fellows were worried about your new state. They were wishing for the old Yak back. And we figured we'd explore that opportunity.
Of course you did. Adventurous. You have undone me with your misbegotten sense of justice and your greed. He sniffs loudly, and a big tear falls from his eye.
If you would accuse us of being greedy for doing the right thing, then you would indeed be correct. Now, they were worried that this item you're using for your new form was cursed to the point where the person they followed was no longer actually you, but
Yeah.
some curse-infused economist.
That's the other quote of the session. A curse-infused economist. Yak spits out a tooth and says, Perhaps it was a curse, but it was a good curse. It filled my head with visions of what could be grandeur, a goblin kingdom in the Undermountain. It was a small beginning, but it was a beginning. We could have freed the others. We could have stopped the syndicate, the guilds, the drow, everything. I could have saved us all, but no. Look at me. I can't do anything. We need to leave. We need to get out of here.
What I see before me is a small creature, yes, perhaps physically, but tall at heart.
Wow, sheep. Yek seems stunned at this revelation. Can you give me a persuasion check?
All right.
Yorgos,
Yes.
His eyes grow wide. He said, Tall at heart?
Well, your fellows, they didn't want to follow you because you were tall physically or had smooth skin. In fact, those things, they worried them because that was not the goblin they followed initially, they told us. Not the one they truly respect.
perhaps the real tallness was inside you all along.
Yek seems to ponder these amazing insights you give him.
And how can you truly save your people and build a great future if this becursed item forces you to stay here where you will undoubtedly be found and recaptured soon. No, you need to have a clear mind. And whatever vision it gave you, well, you still remember them, obviously, so you can still follow them.
Notch.
Yeah. Nods slowly and says, "Your words are wise for strange, adventurous, and mysterious creatures. I've never seen a talking cat before."
And you never have, because I am in fact not a cat.
He looks her up and down.
Eleran will like behind like a hand, be like, "It's very sensitive."
I'll step forward. You know, I once lived in this dungeon too. I had a little room with nothing else in it, but I escaped outside, and I've now come back to change things. Perhaps you could be like me.
Hmm.
He'll take out a copy, Book of Tempest.
Yeah, he makes copies in his in his spare time.
He buys them. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sure.
I mean, it's more like it's a soft cover.
Sure.
You know, it's a
Yeah.
little handbook. Like Tempest's philosophy is pretty simple.
Yeah.
You know, there's pictures and stuff like the one he found.
Mm-hmm.
She will
Children's first Tempest book.
kneel down and then like put it for Yeg.
Okay. Yek will hold out a shaking
This
golden hand.
taught me to be what I am.
Yek looks at it and
I think you
says,
could do it too.
perhaps you're true. There's strange wisdom in your words, adventurous. Yes, with the circlet removed, I am back to what I was. It's true. We should leave. We should go somewhere else. It is perhaps indeed too dangerous here. And maybe having a tall heart is enough.
Oh,
Well then, no hard feelings for our methods, right?
Yeah, looks at the blood and the teeth like strewn across the floor. And he says, "What exactly were you promised for this deed of yours?"
So much stuff.
that it was the right thing to do.
Obviously, some material benefits as well, as while we might be wise adventurers, we're still adventurers.
The Norts. And then he says, "It was the bow, wasn't it?"
They actually
Among
didn't
other
offer.
things.
Yes, it was
Yes.
the bow, and they said that it would be better. They would trust you only. You know, because you would now want to give away the money because you wouldn't care about that. No, it's the real you.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I think
That's
you
a
will
bluff
obviously.
check, I think.
I think you will obviously need some funds for your future endeavors, but
Half.
He will look at you and he will say, "All right, here's my deal then. You can choose. Either you take the bow that you so desperately wanted, or you can have whatever other gold you have spent and what's in the markets. We need some starting funds to find a new life. Either we bring the bow or we bring the gold. It's your choice. Which one do you want?"
I mean, it looked like there was a lot of gold in that chest here.
Yeah, but I don't get a boat. I mean,
No, but maybe
I think we should take the bow.
maybe I can.
Maybe Yek didn't survive the.
The
But
transformation.
his parting words were that everyone had they could all be.
Well, it is important to remember that we are not here for the gold, but for the treasures we find along the way.
And the treasures
like
are our
gold.
friend. I mean,
In this case,
Maybe.
an old elven bow, apparently.
You know what we could do though,
what could we
Eleran?
do?
How much money do you have?
I got 157 gold.
So how about you give me 100 gold and we take the bow?
Give you 100 gold, and we'll take the bow. I feel like that's.
I get a little bit of money back because I'm broke.
I mean,
and
I'll give you 150.
Sure, I'll take that.
I'll give you 150 of my
Yeah.
gold.
And then you get to have a magic awesome bow.
I'll take the bow.
Okay then.
Right? That seems like a very civilized solution.
That was a civilized solution, other than murdering him and going, yes, his last words were, give them everything.
Surely
No,
Karma
it would
will
have been
reward
like
us
that
for
they
good
could all
deeds.
be, they could all be good. Maybe you'll find out where we're at on the way up. Trying to.
Oh, God.
Alright. The deal is then struck. Yek will nod. He will
Maybe
say,
ask for the healing potions too.
You should ask for the healing potions.
But maybe they'll need them actually.
You know what? Yek will offer to sell you the healing potions for 50 gold each, if
Oh.
you're interested.
Like actual price. Like normal price.
Decent price.
I would, but I don't have money.
Well, he has so many of them, right? He's like 6.
6.
Snapping branch. How much money do you have?
Enough to keep a household afloat for a few more weeks.
But think of the healing potions, though. They could keep you afloat.
It's true. Who needs a household when
Really, this guy
we're
seems
never
kinda
going
rude. I
back
mean,
to the surface ever again? I mean, when we won't go back to the surface for a while.
It's true though. I mean, what is money? Old Beldas would say, still lingering for his plate back. But no, I mean it's an opportunity. But can't we just buy healing potions for the same price in Waterdeep?
You could.
We can, but we would stimulate the local economy.
Because I feel like we could just go up and buy healing potions.
We could, but are we going up that soon?
Probably.
I mean, we've not even started
Should we
our
buy 2
delve
healing
down here.
potions? 4 healing potions? I have enough for 4. With all of Eleran's money too.
It's totally up to you, man. Totally. I've got a bow.
You gonna
I'm
buy
happy.
4 healing potions?
I'll buy 2 healing.
2 healing potions. Alright, it's a deal.
And he gets even more money. And then,
Yeah.
surely we
Then
can
the-
part as friends. That's the hope.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
he if not as like you have changed the course of this goblin tribe, certainly.
I mean,
And
Um,
ideally, with the actually have 2 more books of Tempest.
oh,
I'll
oh,
remove,
that's-
I'll remove 2 gold from my list here for
Sure.
those.
Sure.
As like so that the others can have them, or if they lose one. Because what if this goblin tribe could be dedicated to the foe hammer? Just imagine what a life they could live.
For
Yeah, well,
hammer goblins.
I mean,
Truly,
be-
released by fury and
in the
war.
next campaign we'll have goblin paladins of Tempest.
I mean, yeah.
Which is basically all conquest paladins, I think,
Yeah.
for fighting and winning.
All right.
But Tempest says to allow people to surrender, and ideally give the surrendering people the word of Tempest. I feel like he's doing well.
All right. The deal is struck. You get the 2 healing potions. You get the bow, which is indeed magical.
Oh.
And we keep
Bow
the
of
circlet,
glowing
obviously.
light
And we
And
keep
you
the
keep the
circlet.
circle.
Yeah, we're not.
Yes, you keep the circle.
and the beholder.
Yeah, it's the bow of daylight. When wielded.
You
Exactly.
can cast 1 cantrip
Just-
once per day.
Resplendent daylight follows through the bow constantly. Like,
Yes,
oh,
I want that
no.
bow.
The
I
moment
need that
it's,
bow.
it's picked up, the moment it's picked up by an elf, it's.
Mhm. Transform it to
What's the elf
pure
glow?
light, making the elf glow forever. No.
Never again shall it be in darkness.
Yes. Permanent dark fire on the elf. It's like fuck.
I'd be incredibly effective against Drow.
The bow is indeed magical. It
Mm.
does require attunement.
I mean, I think a short rest is in order while we arrange everything.
Or had not to.
Yeah.
It's the cursed bow of infinite greed.
Do the
Yeah.
goblins celebrate that Jack is back?
Jack is back, yes. There is a goblin celebration led by the toadies that approached you. Other goblins seem to be like, okay, well, maybe this whole idea wasn't that good to begin with. And, maybe we should really... I mean, they seem really flexible.
All right.
You know.
I mean, so long as they're happy, that's the important bit.
You know.
So long as they don't care, that's the important.
But yeah.
Okay.
The goblins start packing up their things. It'll probably take like a couple of days for them to do so, maybe.
What was going to be in the auction?
Well,
my bow.
the things like the bow would be on the auction, maybe slaves and other like interesting things they might have found might be on the auction.
Well, what are they going to do with the chained up goblin and dwarf now that they're leaving?
They'll
Rations.
Rations.
as far as Yak is concerned, he'll leave the dwarf like in chains. He can rot there for all eternity for all he cares.
I mean,
Seems okay.
it's a pretty fitting end to a guy that shoved his companion in a hole because his voice was annoying. Yeah.
Yorgos doesn't know about that.
Well, we can tell him.
What
That's
of the
said.
goblin? I guess he's just in there for temporary.
Yeah. I mean, Yak will look at you. It's like, do you want him or something? And he's
No.
I don't even know who he is.
Yak shrugs. Fine, we'll take him with us. Maybe he can be redeemed.
As long as his
Something.
name is not Splug, I don't care.
Redemption?
It's Glom.
I know.
If the dwarf could be redeemed. But he
The
made him good next
dwarf
time.
can't be redeemed. He has no beard. Don't you know the dwarf rules?
Of course, we'll go talk to him because he's going to be abandoned.
I mean,
Right.
we can tell
Can
him what
Yorgos
he
talk
said.
to the dwarf?
You can talk to the dwarf, certainly.
Can I get the
He won't remove the gag.
deets?
Okay,
seemed like
just
once-
talk
once
to
he
the
did,
dwarf,
talk
not
to
with the
him.
dwarf. Yeah. So, come to think about a few things.
Let me read you to the book. No, he'll go down here. He'll look at the dwarf. Dwarf probably seems maybe he's tired himself out a little bit. It's
Yeah.
late after all.
It is dusk. Yeah, it's it is late. He is not. He seems to fume, but he's not like actively screaming.
So, I don't know how long you've been here, but maybe you haven't thought about this, right? But have you considered even once that maybe the reason you're here is that your companions didn't have any sense of loyalty to you because you certainly showed them no loyalty as well?
Dwarf looks at you over his gag. Doesn't say
You
anything.
see, the goblins here, I think they either intend to eat you or abandon you here to simply be eaten by rats slowly, feet first, as you hang, which is a bit of a bad fate, and I honestly must admit I feel a little bad for you. You see, I think you could be great. I think you could do many great things. You certainly are. Have a better starting point, even being an asshole dwarf, than most things down here. Yet it seems that they can find ways to improve themselves. So I'm going to believe that you could do that too. No?
He glares at you, but doesn't.
Would you
say
be
anything.
willing to try another chance at life if I offered it?
He looks at you for a second, and then he slowly nods.
You see, I know someone up above. A dwarf, too. Strange fellow, but a good one. There's a small temple, and I believe they talk a lot about being redeemed. So if you would agree to it, take you from these chains, bring you up there, and put you in their custody, and maybe they can help you in some way to become something that is able to continue living compared to what you are now, which clearly is unfit. It might not be what you wanted, but it's probably better than what you deserve. Probably also better than what you're going to get here.
He nods over his gag, mumbling something.
All right. Then I'm going to take you. I'm going to bring you there. Companions and I didn't expect to go up so early, but we can be back down here soon enough. It won't take long.
Dwarf seemingly lets out a sigh of relief, like, oh, thank God.
Sure. Yorgos's proposition is to bring Copperstone Forge here to our old dwarven friend at the Temple of Elistray.
Makes sense.
They're all about redemption, about finding they can redeem the drow, so probably they can talk to this guy. Again, he has a better starting point than most evil monsters that become good, right? So probably he could find redemption. He doesn't deserve it, but Yorgos understood that it was not about deserving, because maybe this dwarf had a really shitty upbringing or something. Who knows, right?
Right.
But it's about finding a better way,
Certainly.
and that's
Yeah. When released then from his shackles and his gag, Copperstone Forge, like, he does some spits and coughs and stuff like that, but doesn't say anything really. He keeps whatever like malice that is in his heart to himself at this point. He looks at Yorgos with a look that is, I mean, not friendly, because Copperstone Forge might not be capable of that feeling necessarily. But at least a grudging, like he's thankful to Yorgos that he wasn't abandoned down here in chains to be eaten by rats feet first.
Mhm.
And whatever like crazy religious scheme this Minotaur has in store for him, he is certainly willing to go along, because it is better than to stay here.
Okay. And I mean, yeah. The others don't have to come with him, but Yorgos is gonna go out with the guy. Can't let.
That's fair. So does everyone like dash up again to
We don't have
deliver
to
copper?
sleep up there. We can
You
always go back.
don't? No, you can always go down the same day. Nothing's stopping you.
I mean, sure.
Yeah, I don't think
like a gold
sleep
piece.
is necessary. Also, time costs money, so
Well, not.
Yeah,
It does
it's-
literally
Sounds
cost
like
you
you're
money.
in the street or something. Like, man, I can't make next month's rent. I need to. I'll have to live like a comfortable person.
like upper middle class, as she shivers. Like, oh no.
God.
Glass
have-
ceiling. If I fall below, I can never come back up.
Oh
I would have to fire my sous vide chef.
my.
it'd be so embarrassing.
My normal chef would have to do the sous vide.
Yeah, he can barely sous a V. I mean, how? So.
You
Well,
wouldn't understand.
yeah, but that's the plan. And maybe we can even talk to our what's her name of Joaquin, who will
Yes.
tell us about this. We can have these items we found. We can have them identified.
I mean,
Okay.
I'm attuning
Is
to
there
the
anything
bow,
about like
immediately.
splugs or like what's his name's like
Glom.
equipment like Yek, like
Yek?
great sword or something? Is that just
It's just a great sword.
Yeah.
Okay, nothing special.
yeah. And we can also bring up like you two. You can help. You can carry that beholder. It's stuffed. It's probably like full of wool or something.
The beholder seems fairly fragile to carry.
Okay. Well, maybe not
It
then.
has been stuffed a long time ago. And you think that removing it would probably risk damaging it to such a degree that it might not be like
That would be a shame.
So we have to
probably
wait
wouldn't
until
survive.
we'll have to wait until Beldas can teleport, and then we'll move it.
Yeah.
All right. Good to
Yeah.
know.
So that's your suggestion. We can always see we can actually get from this circlet or what it does, right? Maybe it's
Yeah.
worth it. Maybe Yorgos could become a large minotaur.
A
Have to be
large.
market economist, sure, but
I just want to know what's so magical about the bow.
You do, I bet.
Of course you do.
I've just waited.
so we'll go up, figure
Patient.
that out, and then we'll go back down. Right, guys?
I can just attune. Yeah. We'll just go up and we'll come back down.
Yeah, though we did wait until light, so I guess actually we'll begin to get tired.
You do, technically. I mean, you can.
I mean,
We
let's
don't
just.
have to long rest. But I think we have to pay per day and not per
Yes.
like per.
It is per day, yeah.
Yeah.
So-
I can
So
afford
yes,
2 gold.
technically, you would have to.
If only we'd earned money down here.
If only. Come on.
We're poorer than we were.
Patiently, stoically waiting.
But Snapping Branch, maybe this circlet will be worth actual money.
She wants to put it in a museum.
You wouldn't want to sell a cursed magic
Not
item.
even to keep your house.
No, not even for.
Wow, who's the evilly infused economist now?
Besides, cursed items make for good exhibitions.
But let's hear what it does.
Well,
Can be-
first
Curses
of
are
all,
trade-off.
the
It can
bow.
be all like ominous.
Just type
when
it to
you-
me, Jonas,
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah, well, we'll hear. What do the things do?
The bow is indeed a quite the item. Upon closer inspection, Eleran does realize that this is something actually belonging to his kingdom.
Oh,
It is one of the rare and enchanted bows of the Shadow Guard.
oh.
An elite force of rangers that protected the kingdom once upon a time. They don't exist anymore because the gift was rare and far between. Specifically, the gift that Elrond himself exhibits.
Yeah.
The one to meld into darkness. This was bows seemingly infused by the carrying this allows Elrond to attune to the shadows around him, to sense the darkness itself, and to get a premonition of danger. It requires attunement, but as long as you are attuned to it and wear it, the bow of the Shadow Guard whispers to you of dangers and other things lurking around trying to surprise you. You have advantage on initiative rolls, and you and any of your companions within 30 feet can never be surprised.
Wow, that will
Because
be
the bow warns you
so useful.
of things that lurk in the darkness.
That's gonna be super useful sleeping in the Undermountain.
Yeah.
Never be surprised while we're camping.
As long as
That's
no one
pretty
puts
good.
you into magical sleep or like something like that.
I can't be put to magically sleep, so
Or if you're like otherwise unconscious, then
yeah.
If you're dead, it won't warn you.
That's alright. I'll be dead.
Advantage initiative, like sweet though.
Advantage on
Yeah, that's
initiative
really
is
good.
yeah.
That is personal for you. The warning is for you and everyone around you.
Okay.
30 feet.
I can't even change.
The weapon, actually, the weapon, I've noted here. It is in constant vigil because your kingdom has been under threat for a long time, and so the bow is also attuned to that. Constant vigilance for the kingdom. Meaning that if you and your companions are asleep, normally asleep, the bow will wake you up when combat begins. So you cannot even be surprised if you're normally asleep.
Wow. Okay, alright.
Did you note all of that?
Yeah. And is it plain bow or +1 or?
It is not a +1. It has this.
It's just
effect.
those effects. Cool.
Yep.
That is cool.
You don't really need more to hit anyway.
no. I just
everything.
wanted to make sure.
Got like 4 points higher than I have.
Because the 5th edition doesn't like stacking benefit.
I get like +2 just from being a ranger with an archer, and like then I don't even use my elven accuracy that lets me re-roll a dice when I have advantage to attack. Just haven't used it yet because I keep forgetting about it. Has a lot of things.
It does have a lot of things.
Yeah. Right. Cool.
And how about the circle?
Yes, the circlet indeed.
Circle of being beautiful and tall.
Obio Day can take a look at the circlet for you. And she will reveal that it is indeed it is a cursed item. It sure is. It seems to be a cursed item that like there are circlets that you can wear to change your form. They're kind of rare. This particular one changes your form as well, but only into one particular form, that of the royal and stately knight with an ambition for grandeur. It will probably implore you to like try to start a kingdom or a community or some sort. Basically, leave a legacy and a more leave the world in a better state than you found it. So it's almost like an imperative to do good, but mostly for you and your people. You're also like bound to the form that it gives you, and it would change your stats as well to reflect like your new knightly form. You would basically become another person. Like you would be incapable of removing the headband yourself because you consider it to be part of your person. The item is not dangerous as such, but like you in a way, you're transforming someone to someone else, which is not a nice thing to do. Even if it is not dangerous, she would recommend not like selling it or anything, or if you want to sell it, she would buy it just to keep it safe.
No, it's not gonna be sold. Although, how much are you paying?
Well. Let's see here what she would pay. Is that item?
Oh, I can't actually edit the initiative.
She would be willing to pay 250 gold pieces for it.
No, it's gonna be kept and displayed and talked about ominously.
Yes.
I mean, maybe we should find someone and then put it on them.
Why?
And well, don't want to make things better for them and their people.
It basically curses you to get the mindset of like a king or a commander. So it sort of infuses like an illusion of grandeur almost.
It's also not you anymore.
No, it is not. Like you have some of you in you, but your overriding ambition is that.
All right, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. As to like the history of the item itself, she couldn't tell. She can only tell of the effect.
I mean, like the far-fetched history of this item doesn't really matter. It has a new history now. It's the goblin tribe who escaped. What was the place? Not Daggerfoot. Skullford,
Yes.
and made a market and was heroically rescued by herself. Really.
Yeah, really. Well, Day is happy that you're happy with the information, and she wishes you good luck.
All right.
Yeah, you can pay your expenses, and then we can head back down again. Certainly.
So that means we are taking a rest here.
I mean, you could dash down again. I mean, it was short
Oh, yeah.
enough. I wouldn't require you to take a long rest. Like out of that, you could press on.
Okay, well, I haven't lost any hit points. I lost temporary hit points.
Yeah. You lost one temporary hit point.
I lost three.
I think
Three temporary hit points, man.
3. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I hit twice. One for 1 damage and 1 for 2. And then, of course, I used the rage. I think that was well worth it.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're good to continue.
Yeah.
All right. In that case, we will take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back with the next delve. So I'll go to the bathroom.
Yes.
All right,
Man, I'm kind of into doing this like in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's not
Like
terrible.
I'm feeling so much more awake and like.
Well, if that's preferable, we might look into moving it, but we can discuss that later.
I'll throw a pizza in the oven, so in like
get something to drink.
15 minutes, I'll have to grab that really quick.
Be right back.
I'm back. I think everyone else probably went for a break. Guys.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Is Jonas here?
I don't think so.
All right.
Yeah, that does do that.
All right.
I'm just trying to. I
2d20
remember.
drop 1.
Yeah, that's what it was, right?
Well, I mean, this is advantage, right?
Yeah, so it drops the
Drop to the lowest.
lowest, so it's advantage. Yeah. I just asked Jonas if he, or typed it to Jonas, if he could change my initiative macro. Because it's a GM token, I can't do that. So if he just changes it to 2d20 drop 1, then it will give me initiative advantage. Real easy. So it wakes up everyone within 30 feet when combat begins. And me and everyone within 30 feet cannot be surprised. That is very nice. Did I hear a Jonas?
Jonas, what would be the price of this flute?
The price of the flute.
7,000 gold.
Oh, Baya. You did.
No, let's see what Obaya would give you for it.
Also,
I think I was swindled.
yeah.
Um,
I asked for a macro
she-
change when.
She would
you get
give
around to
you 500 gold pieces for it.
Oh wow,
Oh, well, that's a good deal.
you got a freaking bargain for it, man.
Well, check the bow. I mean, we didn't have to pay for that even.
The bow is staying with me, even if it
Yeah.
wasn't magical. It's from Eleran's like home. It's special to him.
I mean,
It
it's
is
the
special.
bow you're
It's
gonna be using for, I assume, a long time.
long time.
How- what
Yeah, exactly how such a vaunted, like priced
Uh,
possession of your noble house ended up here, you don't know.
I mean,
But
let's be real. We
here it
probably
is.
know why. There's Vanrak's Doom in the Undermountain. There's a bow from the kingdom.
Well, you came here not by accident, right? Isn't this like a thing?
Yeah, there's like a thing that's causing like literal monster attacks at his. That's somewhere here.
You know that, Jonas? Yorgos wants to learn how to play how to play his new
Yeah.
flute
Yeah, yeah.
before it gets. It's
How do you
pointless.
train tool proficiencies?
You
I
don't
have
generally. It's
You
well,
don't, you
not
just
really.
get
The,
them.
the thing doesn't really use the game doesn't really use tool proficiency a lot.
No. I understand. Let me tell you this. I will check, see if we can come up with a good solution for it, because you need to be trained. But I do believe that learning to play a musical instrument should be like, doable.
Yeah.
That seems reasonable to me. We just have to figure out a good way to do it.
I feel like.
I mean, I'll pay some for the training maybe.
Yeah, that's an idea.
Or something
There's
like that,
3
yeah.
strings, certainly.
multi-class and depart.
That's worth it. No, I'm not gonna multi-class. I plan to go full barbarian all the way.
Yeah.
You know,
Full ranger all the way because just don't feel like thematically.
there's some like points that are not as sexy as the others, but when you get that third brutal critical dice, it's like you don't really need it.
Oh
You'd
yeah.
rather have like easier time critical. It's good. It's all fine.
Yeah, like next level, I get proficiency in wisdom saves. That's Ranger.
If it did multi-class, it'd probably be Paladin or Fighter. I don't have the mental stats for Paladin though.
That's true. All right, let's. Shall we return to the Undermountain to floor 2, the arcane chambers?
Yeah, there is.
I think we should.
There is rules for training
Oh, is that?
tool and language proficiencies in Xanathar's Guide to Everything. So I will look.
Use
look for
those.
that.
Yeah.
All right.
Um,
That was the book that had like a bunch of expansions on those things to it.
yeah, exactly. That's like where actual rules for purchasing and selling magical items exist.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So Xanathar's Guide is great. So yeah,
Yes.
I'll look into that for next session.
All right, let's continue our delve then, I suppose.
What?
Let's, I guess. Let's go back over here. We've explored most of this.
Yeah, let's go there.
Unless we want to
Oh.
see what this door does.
That was the main exit. Maybe you should go that way.
I mean, I don't
Although,
know.
no, let's continue at the stairs. I agree.
Yorgos, you coming?
Continue at the stairs.
Yes.
And now we can never be
I
surprised.
thought we should open the door, but no.
Oh, we're coming
We'll
back.
mark it.
We'll loop back to that for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, the
right.
fuck is that?
Nothing red.
Why is
What
there
is
a
that?
red arrow pointing to the well?
That's a handle sheep.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
It's a pump.
Tis a pump.
It's a
With
pump.
water in it.
All right.
You enter a what seems to be a stone basin. You can hear water like sloshing at the depth of it. There is a slightly rusted pump connected to it. You see a pipe going down. You believe if you crank the pump, you can probably get some water out of the well,
Okay.
presumably.
I mean,
Presumably,
Still-
our water skins are pretty full.
she would like to investigate the well a bit more to see if it's a dastardly mimic or something.
Oh, I get my spells back as
Maybe
well.
you can hop in it and then pump it in the well. Like, what's at the bottom of the well?
Well,
Are
you
there
don't know.
coins?
Well, can I see? Is it
there
90
coins
feet
in the
deep?
well?
Maybe we should throw coins in it.
Maybe. The surface of the water seems to be dark and still. You do not see a bottom.
All right. I mean,
Who
crank
goes
it.
in?
We're probably gonna die, but whatever.
Sorry, Garage is gonna crank the handle.
Some rust flies off. It creaks. But if there are a few pumps, water spills out from the head of the pump.
Well, look at this amazing discovery. Oh well.
Mm-hmm.
A
It
well
means
that
there's
provides
water somewhere below. And we're going down there.
There's a water level. No.
Well, he looks at the pump. You know, could keep pumping until water level.
Stand here.
Uh,
Pump.
At least we know where the. I mean, is it fresh water?
Do you taste the water?
Let's not taste the
I don't want to
well.
taste the water.
There's a looks at you
Can I
like.
not? Can I not like?
I mean,
Can I tell other than tasting the water? I mean,
It doesn't smell of sea. I can tell you that much.
he also look at the others and move his hand down to cup some water and taste.
I was gonna
Yorgos
say,
takes the water.
that you can. Speaking as a chef, you can taste things that you can't ingest without making yourself sick. So, like raw meat, you can taste it without ingesting it, and you're pretty much okay.
Well, try that with like a cursed water elemental.
I mean, cursed water elementals are different, but can't say I've tried that.
as soon as Yorgos's lips touches the water, he realizes that this seems to be normal water.
Okay, good.
He
We
drinks it and goes, normal water, perfectly fine.
Eleran will say then it is a good thing that we know where fresh water is. Should we need to find some, I think that will be the hardest thing we'll come by as we continue our delve.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps.
Go up.
Oh, you go up here.
I like the look of this. Well, actually, should Eleran go first? Do the normal, like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
shadow sneak.
There's a door.
There's a closed stone door in front of him.
Door, you say?
Yeah. Snapping branch. Door. Oh. I mean, I'll go to open it.
The door seems to be locked.
He'll turn to Snapping Branch. You
Is
can't
it-
see
is
him.
it-
It's locked.
Well, change that.
All right.
Yorgos, you come to. It is a locked door.
13.
Well, let's see. What is the difficulty of these doors? Oh, okay. Yes. No, actually, when Snapping Branch like engages with it, she realizes it is not locked. Actually. But it seems barred from the other side. Like
Oh.
if something heavy is like put up against the door.
Lockpicks aren't going to help with that, but maybe some
Some
good old
Minotaur
push
muscle.
might.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
So be right back checking my pizza.
Ooh, pizza.
Seems like a feat of strength stands before Yorgos.
I mean, right? Let's do it.
Eve.
And
Yes, the door flies up. As what it seems to be like a chair or like a sofa or something was propped up against the door to block it, but that is now pushed to the side violently as the door flies open and reveals a strange sight. It seems to be some sort of alchemical wizard's laboratory. On a big workbench in the middle stands a. You think for a split second it might be Halldamir, but it's so bizarre. It's like a puppet, a terrible wood, clay, iron amalgamation puppet. It's draped over with a raggy wizard's robe. It has Hallister's face painted onto it. It has long, weird, spindly like fingers with too many joints, and it sort of clicks and clacks as it slowly mixes things with other things on the work table.
Well,
As
that's horrifying.
the door gets pushed up, the puppet says, "No, do not interrupt. Work must continue. If step closer, terrible wizard's curse, fire, lightning, death." As it keeps working.
What?
I mean, be my guest.
I mean, I don't feel like wizard's cursed when it comes to Hallister.
There's not Hallister. Too many joints.
If
Does
it
have a lot
is
of joints.
If it is Hallister's creation, though, I do not wish to invite more trouble.
This is all Hallister.
So do we just go a different way?
I mean, we can just. You can just go in there. It doesn't seem like there's a different way.
I mean, no, there is. To the south of the well, there was more.
I mean, yeah. Oh, we can save this for later. You mean?
I mean, we
Sure,
can.
yeah.
I mean, if we're not interrupting his work, there's no.
Well, he said stop when I opened the door.
Yeah, but he said
and
don't.
this place also locked from the inside.
Yeah.
Yes.
Barricaded from the inside. Alright.
I feel like we should go in there.
Yeah.
I
do it.
mean, he
I
said
mean, I drank the water, so.
he said not to stop his work, right?
Oh.
So
Can you see what he's making?
Yeah,
Like what he's doing with it?
actually, if the puppet is distracted with work, maybe Snapping Ranch can like sneak in there and take a closer look.
Yeah,
Also,
maybe
beer
she
back
can.
pizza.
Maybe she can.
Because like if he's just producing potions or something, just like the materials, something has to. You know,
He is mixing things, certainly. There's
but
like
just continuously forever, it doesn't really work.
it's like umbilics or whatever they're called.
Mhm.
Okay, I've got another minute or two. Sneak in there. So what's
Yes,
up?
you can move in.
All right, should like move along the wall or something.
Mm-hmm.
Hiding.
Like looking on the table. What is he doing?
There seems to be a lot of alchemical stuff on the table, like powders of different colors, different fluids in flasks. There's like papers strewn about, and he seems to be mixing things in like an umbilic currently.
Is
It's
he
like
actually producing anything or just going through the motions?
that would be an Arcana check, I think,
I don't.
or an Intelligence check could work.
Right, that's more workable. Who
You
knows?
have no idea.
Fucking magic. I mean, she'll then like try to slowly go towards the other door, see if she can just cross this way.
Stop. As she moves there, the puppet head snaps up and says, "Fool! Terrible, painful, magical death!" As the puppet charges over the table towards her.
That's not what wizards do to curse people.
We go to initiative.
did
Be back in a sec.
did you make the change to the macro or? Dennis?
I don't think I did.
Okay, could you? I can't make the change because it's a token.
I'm not exactly sure how to make the change, honestly.
You can just edit the token, and there should be a rolled 20 part. If you just change the D20 to 2D20 D1, it'll do the same job. Because it's 2D20 drop the lowest, basically.
Into D1.
Yeah.
Alright. I don't think my pizza's gonna work out because I think it may have been in the fridge too long.
Oh no.
Oh.
It looks really weird and I'm not gonna.
Does it smell good?
I didn't smell it.
I mean, it looks promising, so that looked.
Let's see.
You'll never know if it worked or if you're just very lucky.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Well, if it's
Hello.
if it says 2D20, then it's
I'll be right back.
All right, he's charging, so I guess we have to protect Snapping Branch. I'll move here. I'll cast Stealth Strike, and then I will strike at the puppet. So 23 for 15, then 25 for 8, then 20 for 12.
All hits.
For a total of 35.
Yes. The arrows hit, but like you're shooting into like wood and like weird mechanics. They don't seem to do really the full damage here.
Okay.
But nevertheless, like joints and stuff just fly off him. So.
Okay.
Alright. Halldamir, the
And I'm
puppet
getting the fuck out of the way, by the way.
will charge, screaming, "Do not disturb the master's work!" As he will like swing out jointed hands here.
Hmm.
Here.
Now the Elven Barrage.
Yeah. Just gonna change that macro so it shows the piercing.
That. Oh, that's.
Well, the bow is also magical.
Yeah, but it does force damage.
Oh,
When I do Zephyr Strike, it's
Ah.
part force, so
See if this works now.
so I need to just make sure that it says that so we can differentiate the difference.
It misses. It does not miss that one. That's a crit.
Yes, it is indeed a crit. Here means you will take an additional.
Exactly the same roll too, and 10 crit.
Inverted. Well, 2 additional damage was a low crit.
Alright, well, she's gonna uncannily dodge that.
Yeah.
Take 12, that's still oof.
Yeah, and a DC 13 con save.
All my elemental ones are gone, first of all. He's 13 con save. Con is not... That's not enough.
Max hit points are reduced by the amount you took.
Alright, does that include the damage to my temp hit points? Equal to the... I guess it would.
Yeah, I would say it does.
So that's awkward. Then my actual hit points would adjust for that, so I would be at 28 current hit points.
Snapping branch.
Oh god, she's gonna disengage in GTFO. Yeah. Bonus action disengage.
Yep.
And use her. Actually, she can poke it first, maybe. No, she's just gonna GTFO.
Okay.
Bonus action disengage. Move
Yes.
here.
Yep.
Dash here.
Okay.
You want to fight it?
Be my guest, but it hits with magic that makes me feel all woozy.
Are you going back in there? Like, sheep? Are we going back in there, or
If Yorgos wants to go in there, yes.
because he
But-
feels like everyone's leaving him to get in there and just get killed alone, which is not
I mean, I'll
No.
back you up.
what he had in mind.
It just can't be Snapping Branch tanking more of those hits.
All right, well then we'll rage. See how that works.
All right.
Magic,
Mm-hmm.
getcha. I gotta decide where I want to move though. Tactical choice. We'll move here. Swing. Raging Halbert.
Yep.
Another one.
That's a hit.
Which one? Not 10,
this-
right?
Not the 10.
The other one. Well, first hit gets the extra 6 damage.
Yep.
Radiant. That matters.
That does matter, yes.
Okay, well, that's good.
Let's see. So the normal attack is resisted, but the magical damage goes through.
Okay, all of it is resisted.
Yes. No,
Oof.
half of it.
I mean, if my
We
longbow,
have
The
a
creature is not immune to normal damage.
right.
Luckily, but
Yeah, but it's hard to damage because it's like made of wood.
yes.
All right. Well, we have a
And
bonus attack
mechanics
there,
and stuff.
I mean, my longbow
And,
counts as magical, doesn't it?
and then I can.
It doesn't enchant your arrows and doesn't give you medical attacks.
Okay.
So that would be 20 normal damage and 6 radiant total, which is of course 16 damage after halving the normal.
Yes.
Then he'll step back to let it come to him.
Okay. Halloran.
Um, Alright, I feel like this is significantly dangerous enough that I'll cast Zephyr Strike again. Then come up here and shoot it. I'll split it to show the force damage. 17?
10 is a hit.
Okay, and then 28 without force damage. And then I'll come back down.
How much was it?
So, 16 halved, like
Yeah.
normal damage, and then 3 force.
Okay.
So 11 damage.
11 damage. All right. The puppet seems to throw itself into a frenzy. The gears and like whiffs and whirs, and it seems to go into some sort of overdrive, as it hastes itself.
Okay.
That's
And,
okay.
and it will use its move action to go over here, which interrupts it, I believe.
Yes. 2. Swing halberd.
Ooh, yeah.
That is a hit.
Chip for 4 damage.
Damage. Do you have Sentinel?
No, I don't.
Then it will continue.
I'm not a
to do
fighter. I don't get that many.
and then it'll do a slam attack as a bonus action.
Mhm. Bonus action. What is this? All right. I mean,
Yeah.
that certainly hits.
Oh, it says the haste can be
all
used.
right.
Slam can be used as a bonus.
So it first takes my temporary hit points
Yep.
because I half the damage because it's
You half the
bludgeoning.
damage. Yes.
Which means 19. Wait, no, let's have it first. That makes more
You
sense.
have it first.
Yeah, 11
Uh,
and then 9. The actual damage I take after the temp is gone.
And your maximum
Smack.
hit point is lowered by that amount.
If I
Well,
fail, right?
If you fail.
If you fail the DC
Which I
13.
don't.
Yep.
Barbarian. I'm trained in Constitution saves.
It should be.
Sure.
Yeah.
Stabbing branch.
Oh.
Snapping
Hard
Branch
hit.
will get in there. She'll use her feline agility trait this turn. Move on your turn in combat, you can double your speed. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Gonna go here. Stab the thing. Miss horribly. Bonus action, disengage. Go here. Kicking over the chair to the side. Very large chair, by the way.
It is a very large share, yes. Yorgos.
All right. Well, we're raging, so we gotta keep attacking. I'm curious. This thing is probably really strong.
It seems very strong, yes.
And again, it would be nice to. I don't know. Let's just try to hit it first and see how that goes. It's 18 hit.
That is a hit.
We got 2 of them then,
Yeah.
and of course we get the Rodus Radiant, and then we got a bonus smack. 12 damage. So
is a miss.
that is 18 for 9. That is 17 total after the reductions of the physical.
17 total. Excellent. Yeah. Hack and crack and like more parts fall off as the golem presses forward. Eleran.
Okay.
Not.
We'll
Kill it.
right up here. And shoot it.
Hits.
Yep, non-magical, so 8 damage.
Ugh.
Those are good hit rolls, man.
Alright.
I could have made him so much worse.
Halldamir the puppet is still haste until the end of his turn, so he will do 3 slam attacks on Yorgos.
It's bad.
One,
Hit.
3.
2,
Miss.
3.
Miss.
Okay. Alright.
Right, so we take 11 damage. And do a con save. Oh,
Yes.
Very good.
No.
Stabbing branch.
Snapping round, she's gonna do what she does. Move in. Try to rapier this guy. 24, that's pretty good. Sneak attack. 16.
Is nice.
Then disengage. Go here.
Does it look damaged?
Oh yes.
Get in there. All right,
Yeah,
that's good.
there's cogs falling off, and like one of its fingers have fallen to the floor and it's like lays around twitching.
I mean, Yorgos, he's just gonna keep
Speaking
smashing.
about magical murderous death and fireballs and like curses and stuff like that. Those are 2 hits.
2 hits. Okay, and we have the bonus. No, I imagine.
That is a miss. Yeah.
And then that. So that is 14 plus 7 is 21. Wait, no. First I should add these two. 15 halved 7, 8 is 15 damage after.
15 damage. Oh,
Thank God for the Throhammer's blessing, man.
Yeah.
Hammer's blessing has served me very
If
well.
I had Beldas' blessing, this thing would be dead. 'Cause I would have a magic halberd.
Yeah. Eleran.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shoot it.
Good, please.
5, 6, depending on how you want to roll it up or down.
5.
I'll move over here. I'm just worried about it in general.
Okie doke. The puppet. Let's see.
Not hasted anymore, thank God.
It is not hasted anymore. Does not recharge the haste, so it'll act normally. With 2 slams on Yorgos. 1
No, it's
and 2.
also
Oh,
hits. Okay, well,
Smack,
so
smack.
let's do them separately.
Yeah.
First one is 9 damage.
Huh?
Save.
Yeah.
Yes. Second one is 8 damage. The save.
Yes. Ooh.
I will say that the Barbarian Rage also paying dividends here.
Yeah.
Yes. No,
It's,
it's almost like it's my class feature. Like
Mhm.
It's like
The thing
big
I do.
thing about Barbarian.
Yeah.
I mean, Yorgos is a big, tough creature. Like he's
Mhm.
fought some stuff, but the puppet punches like a dragon. Like it's just such force behind the
I'll
punches.
put this bloodied marker on me.
Yeah, there you go.
So I'm on the half. Even with that.
Snapping branch.
I shouldn't mute it, but I'm guessing attacking.
I muted, but
He's
she's
eating
attacking.
his weird pizza.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna throw that away and make something. For 25 piercing.
Oh, gosh, that is. Look at you.
Sadly halved.
That's 12.
Yeah.
Sadly halved. And probably gonna disengage again.
I figured.
Seems wise.
Right. Just everyone be ready to pick me up off the floor at some point, right? Just if another round, I might well be on my knees here. He always would like to get more fancy. He has his hammering horns. He could begin trying to shove it away to get more opportunity attacks and such, but it doesn't really work when it's super strong. Then he would just not care. So we gotta just try to bludgeon it.
2 hits.
Okay. And make a bonus attack. Also looks like a hit.
Yes.
Okay, so altogether that is 6, half 13, plus the magic damage, which is 18.
The puppet explodes in a shower of like splinters, gears, and magical damage. Just rains parts everywhere. As it shrieks, "The magic!" And then like the hinged jaw rips off and falls away.
Beat it into the ground. Roar.
As it lunges, like falls backwards, it explodes in a fiery explosion. Just not harming,
Oh, okay.
but it's just lit on fire and burns in a pile on the ground.
Alright, what magic was he working on?
I won. Come on, beast.
Suddenly, on the wall over here, you see an eye appear.
Oh no.
The eye looks towards you,
Hi, Alistair.
and you hear, "Ah, what? Who did? Who's? God, God damn it! How will I ever find a cure for filth even now?" The eye looks accusingly at you.
Filth fever? Fever? He's thieving all the
Absolute
filth?
imbeciles!
Well, it was overly aggressive.
The eye frowns towards Snapping Branch.
Apologies, but
had-
we tried to sneak past without disturbing it, but that didn't work.
The eye sort of looks to the side as if it was looking behind it, but it's a wall. And then it says, "Oh, I need to go." And then the eye closes,
Okay.
Hmm.
and it's gone.
I think we've upset somebody.
Damn that Senator.
Yeah, combat is over.
So what's on the table?
Well, it seems to be alchemical equipment and vials and solid liquid substances, just in different piles and configurations of sorts.
Of all the days for Beldas to be busy, it had to be the one where we encountered all of the magic, wasn't it?
Yes.
Does any of it look valuable?
I mean, let's untrained arcana
Make,
check.
make an intelligence check.
Nope.
No idea.
It's just garbage.
Intelligence check.
Aha! Yorgos, again, the spellcaster who lived next to him in the dungeon, has
Remember
told
this
him-
table.
Exactly. Told of a fascinating table of magic. I mean, no, yours looks through it. He looks over. I mean, he is fascinated with magic. He has heard Beldas' talks. Maybe he's learned something from his neighbor in the dungeon. In Yorgos's admittedly limited estimation, nothing on this table is valuable. He thinks that the powders are like ground up rocks, or like flavor, like colored salt or sugar or something. Whatever thing this guy was working on, it was nothing. It was gobbledygook.
This is not alchemy. At best, it's the worst spice rack I've ever seen.
Hmm.
Well, this door hopefully will lead to something a bit more enlightening.
Actually, I'm gonna say it. Maybe I should take 5. Let's sit down.
Oh.
Creak. Oh, that's a lot of beating. You're right there too, Snapping. You
Yeah.
seem
Snapping Branch will
took
mirror
one of
the
those
motion.
hits too.
It certainly hit with unexpected force.
How does one get rid of this reduction in hit points?
Well, Snapping Branch does feel kind of ill. Like she's under the weather. It's like it's sapping her strength. It is magical in nature. You would probably need some sort of blessing or like help removing whatever effect it has.
Restoration spell. Yeah.
A restoration spell would do the trick. Yes.
Because it says lasts until removed by the zero spell or other magic.
The 0. Okay.
The zero
Because
spell.
it has an at and that freaks out the macro.
Oh, okay.
By the level 0 spell.
The level 0 spell.
It's actually level 10 spell, not the
Prestidigitation.
spell.
Yeah. You need to be a god to cast that spell to remove this.
You can get removed with a lesser restoration, which is a level 2 abjuration spell.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Lesser restoration.
Beldas?
That's the greater one. That's so expensive.
Actually, I mean, I could have it, but I don't know it. So, when do I get a new spell? Next level?
Well,
Next-
if we kill a bunch more stuff, then
Yeah,
Probably like a
But
priest spell.
Yorgos is gonna take a short.
You know that Ubayo Day
she can do it.
supplies.
Yes.
That's probably a
spell
cheaper
casting.
priest in town.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
brutal.
Listen,
But
always
would
have to
you
be
would you
careful
want to be
considering
seen
Slapping
go to the
Roger's
cheap
current budget.
priest? Ever seen going to the cheap priest? You know,
True.
Rumor has
the
it
the
that
poverty
Steppenbridge
priest, the
goes to the
Ilmata
sheep
priest.
Yeah.
Does Beldas might know it though, surely.
She's also gonna spend a
Lesser restoration, surely.
I like the idea of Steppenbridge. Just like just let me see go to the sheep priest. Like some sort of popular.
Sort of filthy, degenerate commoner.
Yeah.
Yes.
To think, I
hit
should,
dice was con mod.
I should have picked up lesser restoration instead of pass without trace when I picked my second level spell.
There you go.
I have rope trick and pass without trace, yet I should have had lesser restoration.
Mm-hmm. Upon question which spell to pick, Lesser Restoration is the spell to pick.
Apparently.
Well, you know, you don't really have a cleric in the party, so it makes
I might pick it next
certain
time.
certain type of spell casting more valuable than others, probably.
It's true, but I figured, you know, in a dungeon where we might get chased, pass without trace could work, and rope trick is real nice actually.
I mean, who knows? It might still work.
I mean,
Might
yeah.
come a time where you need both rope trick and work without trace.
Well, I can't get rid of rope trick even if I wanted to retrain because it's a Gloomstalker thing.
Your grandfather has beat that into your head.
Apparently,
You will have this rope
I'll
trick.
have it. One end of the rope that rises into the air.
Yeah.
The whole
You
rope.
will do this spell, and gods damn you if you try to forget it.
And I have a 50-foot rope just in case. Like wrapped around in his backpack.
Mm-hmm.
Just creates an extra dimensional space. Does that even work here? Because there's like a whole thing for like the rules of the dungeon, isn't there?
I think a rope trick works. Yes.
Yeah.
I will need to look at the specific rules for the dungeon again.
I figure since a bag of holding would work, a rope trick.
It's teleportation that doesn't really work.
Yeah. Because you create an extra dimensional space that you can climb up the rope to, and it can hold 8 medium or smaller creatures.
It has certain limitations.
And you can pull the rope in, so the rope disappears from view. Attacks and spells can't pass through the entrance, into or out of the space, but those inside can see out of it. So it's a good, like, if we are being chased, it's we'll just pop in there. Or we want to scope something out. We could have used rope trick in Yek's like room. Could have used it there.
Though we have had to pay for restoration before.
Yeah, we have.
Good spell to have.
I might pick it up next level because I think I get another every odd level. I think I'll get a new spell.
Yeah.
Let's see.
But I mean, we opened this. You know, we took the room. So after an hour of waiting around and sort of breathing out.
Oh, look, yeah, I do get another spell. It's all good.
Yeah, rope trick works in an amount.
Okay, cool.
Or get up.
Let's continue through this madness.
The dungeon
Right.
of the madness.
You remove the chair to the side and you open the door. You see a corridor.
Onwards, I suppose.
This might be one of those places that other adventurers haven't been.
Maybe.
Where there's real stuff. Do you want to go first?
I mean, I'll go first, sure. Hello? Okay.
Oh.
I have a door. Hello? Oh. Alright.
Look at that.
Alright, I'll come back. Another door and a long hallway to the north.
The locked door?
Is it a locked door?
No.
Eleran will open it for feel
Okay,
safe.
The door swings open.
The bow does not whisper to. This is
No.
this is scary. Alright. Is it dark in this room of horrors?
Yes. You see what probably was what you would guess, looking at the markings, a scene of battle, and looking on a tattered, like remain of a banner hanging on the wall. Gathering from further, experiences you've had so far, you would guess that there was probably a Xanathar guild outpost, but it seems to have been torched and destroyed.
Oh, okay.
Maybe a week or so ago. It's hard to say.
By what?
Goblin
Well,
Rebellion.
Maybe.
The room is strewn with, rotted supplies, remains of a fire pit. There are 3 bugbear corpses and an intellect devourer body, like heaped in the northeast corner.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a pretty messy scene.
I just want to check up here before we
Well, yeah.
look
These
around.
outposts usually have all sorts of crazy pathways.
Yeah, I just want to make sure this is like somewhat secure. That looks promising.
Corridor.
Looks like a corridor to go for.
Yeah, I mean, do we want to check just in case? But I feel like
Yeah, go through it, please.
Yeah, while
whoever
Eleran
destroyed
is,
this, right?
while Eleran is scouting here, Sniping Ranch would take a quick look around to see if there's any missed valuables or notes or journals or that sort of thing.
Certainly. Well, she rummages around a little bit. One of the bugbears, she notices, has a small folded up scroll on him.
oh,
All right. What does it say? What is it?
It says, if she unfurls it and reads, as many as there are stars in the sky.
What? That's it?
Password.
Okay.
Password,
Might be
right?
best.
Someone's like, how many eyes does Xanathar have? And then you have to answer.
As many as there are stars in the sky. Okay.
You read this adventure, Manaki?
No, but no.
I figured it
That's
was.
the logical conclusion, right?
Figured it was the first line of the love poem this bugbear wrote for his love Minotaur.
Oh, Bugbearia, you are
But Bugbertha.
the Bugbear.
Bugbear.
Berg fled. Manakai's long lost daughter of that fateful Crusader Kings campaign.
Let's do just add a note to floor
I think
2.
I laughed for half an hour.
You did a lot.
Oh, it's great. Berg fled. Your indignation is like, it's a
Beautiful Anglo-Saxon name.
Yeah.
Also generated.
Oh, Jesus. That's
Wife
put
picked.
it in. What she did.
He'll like come back and be like, it just loops around.
Of course it does.
Although there's got to be some sort of pathway that looks like it loops around, but it doesn't.
Yeah. First left. Hello.
Did you get like a whisper spell or something?
Oh, that's what I need, yeah.
Don't have to.
Or
run
like
back.
sending stones.
Hmm.
That's what we need, sending stones. Do you think a Bioday sells sending stones?
Stop.
Okay. Back here?
A snapping branch moves there.
Oh.
She notices something.
Oh, I like back here at least.
There is a small gust of wind ruffling her fur.
Ooh.
Secret passage.
It seems to be coming from here.
Secret passage there.
Secret passage, what?
Yeah, she shouts down the hallway.
It's a secret passage.
It's gonna go investigate.
Yes, in perception to see if she can spot. Nah, no.
Damn it! Been here
I mean,
before.
No.
Is there a secret passage?
she has her wand of secret.
That's true. She does.
Detect.
which should have all its charges back, even though I didn't roll for them because I forgot.
It is.
Can we even
So
use it?
she'll use that.
Hmm. Yes, it does point. There seems to be a secret door here.
Oh, I knew it.
There.
How convenient. All right.
Then
Yeah.
she'll try to open it.
Investigation to figure out how to open.
Secret
Yorgos
doors.
will wait. He knows that he's gonna have to bash the goddamn wall down. But he'll humor them. Might as well.
Yeah, no. There's the secrets of the secret door eludes her.
Stretch it slightly.
Perhaps I know.
Really doesn't help that all the secret doors are different.
No, you can't figure out either, unfortunately.
It's baffling.
Yorgos, let's say there's a door here and I don't know how to open it. Any suggestions?
Yes, well, I mean, I can try what I usually do whenever you find a secret door that you can't open.
I think that has been 100% effective so far.
And 100% of the doors. Well, I guess we'll try to.
All right.
To sort of
Yorgos,
push and knock a
athletic,
bit, Presumably it doesn't swing outwards. So,
I mean, does that matter if the frame goes?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yorgos hits it like a wrecking ball, and it flies open off its hinges, crashing into the wall next to it like a cog falls down, like clonk.
mhm.
It's probably part of the the machinery as such. Yeah, it sort of hangs a little bit off its hinges. Looks pretty sad.
sad door.
But there is a corridor in front.
Excellent.
I wouldn't even have seen this.
It's
It's
good
around the corner.
to find new things.
Ooh, a room, you say?
As
My bow's not
Snapping
whispering.
Branch looks around the corner. There seems to be an archway at the top of the room.
Whoa.
A faint bluish light emanates from it.
Oh,
An
one of
archway.
those teleportation places. Presumed teleportation place.
Resume, yes. The room has. Well, she notices that there's a lot of dust that has been moved around. Like a large party came through here a while back. But it was a while ago, she thinks.
All right.
Yeah, there seems to be engravings on the archway.
What sort of engraving?
It's difficult to see from here.
Does this
Of
look,
course. Are there any
Does this-
traps?
Not that she can see.
does this jog Yorgos' memory? Has he
Hmm.
seen one of these before?
He has seen the archways, yes. He would know that this is probably an arch gate. One of the teleportation devices used to traverse great distances in the dungeon.
We
As to
might have found
which-
the way further down.
As to exactly where this goes, he's not sure.
Perhaps. Well, we've previously discovered that these things seem safe. We could take a peek through and take a look.
As you approach, you do notice that the faint glow coming from the middle of the archway, there seems to be a glowing rune hovering there.
Ooh.
Secret runes, remember?
All right.
I was told something about a rune.
What does it mean?
What do runes mean?
Yes, what do they mean indeed?
Mm.
It was something Volo, I believe, told Yorgos a couple of sessions ago.
Yes.
Should we be
Be careful,
leaving?
it's not the rune of eternal poverty. No.
Runes are bad? Oh, okay.
Some of them take all your money and teleport them to Halaster's secret vault.
Yes.
I mean, I have no money, so.
Oh, good. Good.
You do know that, according to Volo at least, Hallister has a habit of sealing off parts of the dungeon behind magical runes. Exactly what the rune does, who can say? Because Hallister is absolutely mad and they can do pretty much anything. But you know, random effects. Some are beneficial and some are not, because again, he's crazy. But yeah, one of the runes is floating in the middle, certainly.
All right, that's a strong plan C, maybe.
The engravings upon the archway seems to be of falling coins.
Falling coins.
Yes.
To the treasure level?
Strong plan C, maybe D.
Alright. Back to where we were going for now, I suppose. Yeah. I don't know.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Beware of rune.
I mean, it's exciting, right? But if the others are not into it, then
I
It's
mean,
exciting,
yeah,
but it's also terrifying. So let's not.
it is both. I do
I mean,
agree.
worst case, we'll turn to dust or something, right?
Yes.
Okay.
As Eleran moves there, he can hear music coming from around the
Mute. Music. Okay.
corner. Music.
I'll poke my head around the corner. Oh. I mean, he'll come back and say, "There's music." I mean,
Yes.
is it
I mean,
nice
yes.
music?
Is there any light too?
No.
That's
That's
ominous.
Edgy. Play music in the dark.
Play music in the dark. I poke my head around the corner. Is my bow whispering to me?
It's not actively whispering as much as it gives you a premonition once
Oh, okay.
combat starts, so you can't really.
Okay.
It's not like a Glamdring that like glows if there's danger. It's more like
Ah.
a subconscious thing.
Okay.
Like my danger sense.
Yeah. Oh.
There seems to be a piano made of bone in the middle of this room.
Oh.
It seems to be made of a variety of human, dwarf, ogre, halfling, bones, and teeth. And it is playing a somber tone.
Oh.
I mean, that's Luke.
That sounds horrible.
Magical bone piano.
Magical bone piano.
Gosh, comes running. Magical bone piano.
This is a
That sounds
magical.
amazing.
This is a magical
You
bone
have
piano.
that in your like room, you know.
I know
Really
what those
exciting
words
magic.
mean, but I
Maybe you
need to
should just buy
observe
the
it.
yawning portal and live there, and all of this below could be your.
Who plays piano?
This is your exhibit.
Um,
Yes, Snapping Brush moves up. It does indeed seem to be a self-playing bone piano. You also notice when you walk there, there seems to be an engraving on this wall. A line of musical notes is engraved upon the wall here.
oh,
All right.
that sounds like a challenge if there ever was one.
Do any of you know any music?
I
As
know
Yorgos
a
steps
musical
into the
instrument.
room,
We'll blow on his pipe
the
like,
piano stops playing.
Oh.
and a ticking sound.
Okay.
Oh no!
2 minutes until self-destruction.
Okay.
If you would play the song, you will.
I do have a musical instrument proficiency.
Oh,
Is it piano?
It's
Do
not
it.
piano, but it
Do it.
is a string instrument, of which pianos are.
What?
Wow, technically you're not wrong.
I am very much right.
Are piano classified as string instruments?
I mean,
I
you
don't
just
know.
it
To
uses
make
strings.
music, but you don't play
No,
the
but
string.
like by the game.
I mean,
I
it's
don't
I don't know.
know,
Is there
but
even a
you know-
proficiency for piano?
I was
That's-
thinking it's like proxy percussion.
That's my question. Is there a proficiency for piano?
I would allow you to do like with that proficiency, sure. you can do a intelligence performance check if you want to try to play something particular from the piano.
If nothing else, you can read the notes.
I can read the notes
Right.
at the very least. Yeah.
Yeah, they're slightly faded and somewhat difficult to read, but
All right. All right. I'm trying to think if
You
there's
could do this.
any way I
This is a
can.
good idea.
This is an awful idea, isn't it?
Oh, back here. No, I'm not the one who has to be in the room. I'll keep guard.
the musical notes on the wall, if that's what you're trying to play, seems rather complex.
Oh,
But you can certainly try.
Dun, 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 dun.
I really want to try it, but I feel
Do
like
it,
it's such
man,
an
do
awful
it.
idea.
You don't go into Under Mountain to be safe.
Yes.
It's just gonna be a flat D20.
You can roll a crit.
All right.
We've done that so far. What's the worst that could happen?
Do I have
Throw in the
proficiency?
bones?
You get a proficiency, yes, from your string instrument, quote unquote. Sure, why not?
I had to ask. All right. I mean, why not? Nope.
Okay. So you start playing. This is this is like
Very difficult.
You're failing Guitar Hero.
Pretty much that's what's happening.
You're-
Suddenly,
I'm gonna die.
the hatch that likes open over the keys to the bone piano snaps shut with a horrible grinding crash over Eleran's hands.
I feel like that's a dex save if there was one.
No.
No? Oh.
Sleeping
It is
piano.
a con save as the piano attacks with necromantic force.
Oh. Oh.
No, that's
Who
a
would've
fail.
guessed?
This is bad. Who would have guessed? You never get to learn if you don't try.
You take 19 necrotic damage.
Oh damn.
As Elrond pulls his hands away from the necrotic attacking piano, he can literally see the flesh rot off his hands, falling away, revealing the bones and the skeletal claws beneath it.
Well, that's
God
horrible.
damn, dude, that's 19 damage.
That's so much damage.
What do you mean? Not for no longer having flesh on your hands, man.
I know.
Like,
I'm waiting for what comes after the
The flesh sloughs off in big rotting goblets onto the floor. And in the stark horror, what is happening? It suddenly stops,
Okay.
leaving behind bleached white bone skeletal hands
Oh.
that are somehow still functioning.
Well. I mean, he. I mean, I imagine
it's
that
still
he.
closed.
He freaks out about it. He sort
Uh-huh.
of shouts and then turns to the other two and holds up his hands. Like,
Ooh. Ooh, ah. Might want to have that looked at.
I don't have any self to fix that, I'm afraid.
Ooh.
Ooh, all right.
The bones glisten white.
Is there the flesh goop on the ground?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe I have a bag. Just gonna scrape some of that up in the. Try to
I mean,
preserve it here. So maybe you could.
I wonder if. I mean, yeah, he's somewhat holding his mind together, I suppose.
Breathe. Just breathe.
He like
It's-
flexes his hands in front of him, like
Uh-huh.
they still
It-
work.
They still work. Yeah.
That's what he
gonna-
says, like as he's flexing his hands. Like,
Slumping Raj is gonna pull out some bandages, just, you know.
I
Do you
mean,
have some gloves?
yeah,
Yes,
he
maybe
has.
that
He
would-
has. I think he has
Stuff some gloves on there.
gloves. I think he's just gonna put gloves on.
Okay, sure.
He's just gonna put gloves on.
Do they
Yeah.
act as if he has fingers, or is it flopping about?
No, they're flopping. It's-
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
is this meat? Is it like meat, or is it like goop at this point?
Yorgos looks at it. It looks kind of like goop.
I think it oozified you. It's a word.
I feel like I need to speak with a bio day.
I
I don't know.
have a problem.
Might be the new you.
This could
You
be
were
the
dead.
Eleran Death Grip. His new name.
Cannon. Let's do it.
Yeah. Eleran Skellahand. Yeah, they seem to work as normal. He can even feel with them.
Wow. All right.
Might as well try again. I mean,
It's a bit muted, as if like you're, you've been like sleeping on your arm, and then you're like, oh, that's kind of weird feeling. But yeah, no, you can still like.
I'm just gonna have my. I'm just gonna wear gloves. Just gonna wear gloves.
so it looks at the piano. So
The hatch to the
Hatch.
piano keys opens again like a maw, and it sits there.
The player in me says, "I should try again. What's the worst thing can happen?" But the
I mean,
character
probably more 40-10 damage. I mean, I feel
probably,
like.
but the character is not having any of it.
Is Eleran gonna play again on the?
No,
Snapping.
No.
I think it's your turn.
I don't think so. No.
I think I need a rest. I think I
I could try
need.
breaking it.
I think I need 5 minutes.
You could attack it.
I mean, I do know a piano player I recently hired for.
Just bring him down to the Undermountain.
Hireling.
To
I feel like
play
that's
the
hazard
piano.
pay.
That's hazard pay and a half.
Now, just you play. This is Doom piano.
Play. And your children can pay them so they can go to the hospital.
Don't worry about what
Don't you
happens
want
if
them to
you
live?
don't play it. Oh God.
It's like, listen to this recording of your daughter. Like,
If
Dad,
you don't
it's
play,
dark.
then-
I can't see.
If you don't play, then you'll lose the employer benefits. Fire.
Oh
You
God.
need this job.
Uh,
Play the finger-eating bone piano. I mean, are we really going to play this again?
I'm just so curious what would happen if you do. I mean,
Maybe
If I
something
played it
great. I
again,
mean,
something
if I
horrible.
did this, he does gestures to the notes, I would make something great happen.
I mean, I would hope that something great happens, but I at least want hit points back before I even consider.
well, you can get a
40-10.
bandage.
I could
If
get a
not, I will
bandage.
simply smash this thing into pieces. I feel like
You can get a bandage. Get 16 hit points.
Oh Jesus,
What's the worst that
that's some
could
fucking great
happen?
healing. Right, do I actually try this? The
I mean,
adventure.
if you don't
in
want
me.
to, that's fine. I'll just break it. Maybe there's something inside.
I don't think there's something inside. Oh
Child.
God, I mean, how hard are those notes? Are they?
they are
How
tricky.
hard?
Like, he looks at them. I mean, okay, give me an investigation check. Trying to look over the notes, trying to determine like how complex this really
You
is.
gotta set yourself up, man.
All right, I
Oh,
don't.
see,
Very.
it's tricky.
Snapping
He
Brush, are these
think
difficult?
he would have to play really well. Perhaps the best he's ever played to
Oh,
to
wow.
get this to work.
Like that good?
Only you could have inspiration somehow.
If only we had inspiration. If
Maybe you can like wedge the maw open, so if you fail,
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. What if we just remove them all?
remove them more. Let one of you try that.
I mean, if I'm gonna break it anyway,
I mean, the more caused the damage at very least.
or you could try to play just have it be like this and succeed because, like, If you 20 it, it's gonna work. Maybe less than that. So at least a 5% chance.
At least a
You've taken worse
5%.
odds sometimes.
Yeah, but what's the chance I become like skeleton arms instead of
Then
skelly
we'll learn
hands?
something new. Right?
I'm really torn. I am so
Uh-huh.
torn.
The piano awaits.
Eleran, if you don't want to do this, it's fine. If you want to go back up and be safe on the surface, it's okay. I understand you lost something dear to you.
Let's give it a go.
My flesh. All right, gotta give it a go. Okay, yeah. Roll a
Don't push yourself harder than you'd have to. But I respect your courage.
Maybe someone
Bravery.
could
If
like.
you succeed, it's bravery.
Maybe
not
someone
then-
could assist me.
Yeah, I'm not. I
How?
don't even know how.
Anyone has?
I can
performance?
play my
Read the
I can play
notes
my
to
pan
me.
flute next to you, like.
Could read the notes to me, perhaps.
I
read
don't think I can
notes.
read notes. I don't have
Nope.
instrument proficiency
Okay.
or performance trained.
Listen, if my hobby was playing music, I would not be down here.
Okay. I mean,
Yes. Yes.
I'm doing it.
Okay.
I
Roll
just
performance.
Is
don't.
there a way we get inspiration in this game, Jordan? Is that a thing? Do we use inspiration?
Do we have inspiration?
Because I really want to give it to him.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't really considered it.
Because it is an
Yeah,
optional.
the game
remember?
expects us to have it sometimes.
Sometimes.
You know,
Hmm.
balance wise.
You know what? Sure.
He worked really hard for that bow of his ancestors.
All right.
Sure.
Sure.
Sure. We can dole out an inspiration point.
Okay.
I feel at this point everyone in the party has done something to earn them inspiration.
Okay. All right.
So you can have an inspiration point each.
All right. I'll immediately spend mine to give myself advantage.
Yes.
So. Yeah. We'll.
He's inspired. I guess he didn't want to lose his fingers for nothing.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. As your
Oh.
bleached bone.
Oh.
Oh.
22.
Okay. As your bleached bony hands touches the bone keys of the death piano. Yes, you do play a somber tone on the piano. You play the notes. You play the best you've ever played
This
before in your
better be
life.
fucking worth it.
Yorgos like, oh,
Amazing.
he's doing it. No, it was the madman. Like the anime, like, whoa.
Yeah. Oh,
Nani?
it is an amazing performance. Simply amazing. You play, the piano sings the dirge of like not like just one person, like the doom of a people. You can feel it. Like somewhere someone like created this thing to remember a country, a nation, a whole civilization lost, and you play for all of them and their dead spirits.
Oh.
They sing to you back, and it is just a shocking and draining and amazing performance of sadness and just grandeur. At the end of it, as Elrond like plays the last bit of notes, his skeletal hands like removing themselves from the keys, you can hear a click as a hatch opens on the side of the piano.
I mean, he's gonna open it.
Yes, he sees a scroll tube inside.
Okay. I open it and look at the scroll.
Okay. There seems to be a magical scroll inside.
Okay. Is it a scroll of restoration?
Again, you would need an Arcana check to properly identify it.
13? Actually
No,
not.
there's not enough. I
No?
have no idea what this is.
I don't know what this scroll is for. It better be worth it.
Yorgos just stares at like the piano. You know, he doesn't need loot at this point. Like
Ooh.
the death dirge of an entire people is a pretty heavy thing.
It is.
19 to it.
Yes, this is a scroll of raised dead.
Oh,
Oh,
that's actually
that's quite valuable.
that's
I
actually
believe.
really valuable.
It is really valuable.
Raised Dead's a really high level spell,
It's a 5th level spell, yeah.
5th level, yeah.
and scrolls are not cheap.
Nope.
That's an incredibly valuable scroll. All right, so I lost my hands. On the
Yes.
plus side,
Yes.
we have a expensive scroll.
Snapping Branch, you might want to record these notes.
I mean, I was going to, yeah.
Perhaps the piano cannot be brought with him, but the music.
I believe I have I have paper and a quill to write with. So, Eleran will request that we just spend a few minutes to while he writes this.
Yeah,
like,
it's the rain.
Just takes a copy with his skeletal hands.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Calling yourself the poet of bones.
So for the scroll, do you still need to pay the material component?
No.
Nice.
Okay.
You
Wow.
get to use it as
It is
normal.
built into the scroll. It's one use, but yeah, or you can copy it to a spellbook if you are,
A
a
wizard.
bard or similar. But
should.
Or a wizard, Harry.
but you shouldn't.
No.
It's raised dead is for bard, cleric, and paladin, which you do not have any in your party. Well,
Well,
Beldas.
Beldas is a cleric, so he
Level
can
1 cleric. So.
he can cast it, yeah, or use it. I believe
Oh yeah, no, he can certainly use it.
he can use it.
But he shouldn't copy it.
No. So if the spell is on your class spells list but a higher level than you would normally cast, you must make an ability check using your spellcasting ability.
Yep.
DC
Does
10.
failure break it?
On a failure, the spell disappears from the scroll with no other effect.
Oh, oh no.
So it's a 15.
Oh, DC 15.
DC
As we know, whoever
15.
dies first comes back as a cleric. You know, it's the roof.
Are very powerful.
That's pretty. That's strong. That is strong though. That is
Yeah, raised dead is not a cheap spell.
500 gold pieces to cast. Wow.
It's free if you cast it on me.
Oh, that's nice. It was free anyway with the scroll, but all right.
Reviving me never cost material components.
Okay. All right. Let's
And yeah, here we will stop for today.
Okay.
That seems like a good spot.
I need to get ready to go to Easter dinner thing with my parents.
Sounds nice. That's nice. I'm gonna lament over my lost hands.
We got
I
some
can-
magical items. Explored.
We did.
That's a significant part of this level, maybe. We found another way after finding that horrible golem thing. My god. Ugh.
Let me put together the XP for you.
I think it was mean.
I don't even remember what XP we're on. I just remember we leveled up.
I have
You are
11,740.
You're just level 6. So get yourself up to that.
Do, 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 do. Oh no, I must not be up to date.
No, you're definitely not up to date. It's 1400 to get level 6.
Sheep? What does your shit say?
I don't recall experience because you guys did.
I think I just put it to 1400 because I think you said we just get to level 6.
Yes, you're just level 6.
I think that's what. Yeah, so I put it to exactly level 6 amount of XP.
I'll be right back.
Okay. But yeah, I doubt that we get 9,000 experience each anyway.
No. You told that much. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be the worst.
I think we did good.
If we
We lost your hands permanently, but you know, that's
I mean, maybe not
happens.
permanently. All right.
It
Maybe
happens
not.
sometimes, you know,
Maybe not
forever.
permanently.
Gone
They might-
forever.
I might get them back,
Poof.
Manaki.
Just never
might.
again.
Win some, you lose some, really.
Win a.
Some part of you, you know.
I mean, yeah. Raised Dead's good, but I don't know if it's my
Maybe
hands.
you'll come
good.
back in a like if we can mince your body up and like reincarnate you, then it should come back fully healed.
Maybe.
Shouldn't you?
Can we try that?
You get because you solved the goblin market in a sort of interesting way. I thought
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
get a little bonus experience for that.
Oh, nice.
So you will have 1,800 experience each.
Oh wow.
Ooh.
It's actually a chunk.
Yeah.
A chunklet. Nice. A nice chunk towards leveling up again.
I mean, we need a couple more of those.
Well, yeah, but
Yes.
still, it's a chunk. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
There'll be a level where we need 50,000 XP.
Yes.
Level up.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the same as getting to level 1 to level 9 in like one go.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much.
I mean, we'd also be fighting stuff that gives a little more experience than between level 1
Yeah,
and
but-
9.
Yeah, but I mean 5 to 6 is really the biggest. Sort of one of the biggest leaps.
Yeah.
It's pretty much a doubling. It's
Mhm.
more than a doubling straight up.
It's more than doubling. Yeah.
Yeah. Way more. It's huge.
Well, here we're not doubling.
No.
No.
We're not doubling. Really, the increments are not as huge when you get later. Like 12, 13, 14 is pretty easy. Like, well, okay, it's 20,000 each, but
Yeah.
you know
but
they don't
that's...
grow in like in there.
It's
They're not exponential. Yeah.
It's like 20, 20, 20, 25, 30, 30, 40, 40, 50.
I wonder how much they play tested to figure those numbers out. Like,
I looked at that
Not
too.
much, I
Like
imagine.
who came up with those?
I mean, the thing is, 5th edition is so vague that you don't really need to do exact math to make it work. Like, the variance is so huge that you can sort of just guesstimate numbers and it'll work fine.
but who guesstimated 2.7 level 4?
Well, what is I think weirder is the like how it's really not that small.
I put it on a curve once just to see it.
Yeah, I mean I don't know.
It's not
It
straight.
flattens, isn't it?
No, it plateaus and this
Yeah.
weird stuff. It's like one level in particular is crazy high. I think it's 5 to 6, and it's like
It's like the tier jumps, right?
Yeah,
Like,
so-
1 to 5 is like the first like adventure tier, and then like to get up to the next one, you need a bit more.
It's
So
4. It's 4 to 5. So you need 3,800 to get to from 4 to 5. Yeah, so 3,800 to next level. So that's level 5 even, and then from level 5 is 7,500. So huge jump. More than double.
Okey-doke.
Random.
I will now save the server.
Good.
Here we go. Yeah, thanks for playing, guys.
Thanks.
You too.
I hope you had fun. I sure did.
Yeah.
yeah, I did as well.
Thanks for watching, everybody in the stream.
The mission is accomplished.
Yeah.
Fun was had by everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna close down the server.